All right, folks, we're going to start getting organized here. Good morning. If everyone in the audience could have a seat, we'll begin the meeting. Not to mention our commissioners. All right, thank you very much. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to this meeting of the California Coastal Commission. It's June 12th, 2024, last time I checked. We're here in your beautiful community, and we're very much looking forward to hearing from all of you. But before we begin, we're going to call the roll, and I will turn to Vanessa, I believe, for that. Ms. Miller?
Commissioner Aguirre.
Here.
Commissioner Bochco.
Here.
Commissioner Cummings.
Here.
Commissioner Eckerly.
Here.
Commissioner Harmon.
Here.
Commissioner Kunkel.
Here.
Commissioner Lowenberg.
Here.
Commissioner Nuttall.
Here.
Commissioner Rice.
Here.
Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Here.
Commissioner Uranga.
Presente.
Commissioner Williams.
Aquí.
Do you like my ocean color? This is
Commissioner Wilson.
Aquí. Here. Present.
I said Williams first.
Oh. Not necessarily all a key here.
Gerhard.
present.
You
Thank
have
you
a
very
quorum.
much. All right, we're now going to go to virtual meeting procedures. Would that be Vale or Chris? Vale, please. Thank you.
That's me, yes. Good morning. This Coastal Commission meeting is occurring both in person and through Zoom. This meeting is also being webcast and can be viewed online at cal-span.org. If you have access to the internet and wish to watch or listen to the meeting only and not speak on an item, we recommend you use the CalSpan website. Those who wish to address the Commission today can do so in person, through the Zoom platform, or by phone. The speaker request forms may be found on the Commission's webpage. Paper forms and a scannable QR code for paperless submittal are available on the Commission's staff table just outside the meeting room. For those on Zoom, we have posted virtual hearing procedures on the Commission's agenda webpage, which is a guide on providing comments via Zoom or by phone. Members of the public speaking during general public comment may be given up to 2 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. Requests to speak during general public comment will not be accepted after 8:30 a.m. on each day of the meeting. In order to provide the opportunity for the broadest range of public participation, you may speak on a specific topic one time only each month. Those speaking on an agenda item that is not general public comment are typically allowed 2 to 3 minutes to speak at the discretion of the chair. We will accept a request to speak on an item up until the chair opens the hearing on that particular item. If you have access to the internet, please go to the Commission's webpage and click on the link to fill out a speaker request. If you do not have internet access or prefer to testify by phone, please call the Commission staff at 562-477-9089. Again, that number is 562-477-9089. Staff will provide you with a telephone call-in number and instructions for how to participate and provide testimony by phone. We will manage speakers coming in and out of the meeting through a meeting organizer. When it is your time to address the Commission, the organizer will invite you to turn on your video and microphone or provide instructions on how to unmute the phone. Madam Chair, that concludes the virtual hearing procedures.
Thanks so much, Vale. All right, I'm very happy and on behalf of the Commission to welcome Supervisor Don Ortiz-Legg and also Mayor Carla Wixom to our meeting today. And I would like to invite first Supervisor Ortiz-Legg or whichever of you would like to speak first. All right, Mayor Wixom, welcome and
good morning,
thank you
everyone.
so much.
Thank
for
you. Thank
coming.
you, Supervisor Legg. She has a written speech. I don't, so I'll go faster. I just wanted the opportunity to come this morning and thank you all for holding the hearing here this week. We are happy to have you in Morro Bay. We look forward to the opportunity to interact. A lot of our community has come out to today and the next few days to join you and share positions of where we are in our coastal community. And if there's anything that we can do to help facilitate your meetings or any information, the city of Morro Bay is here to provide that for you. So thank you so much. And I look forward to talking with all of you the next few days.
Thanks so much, Mayor. I know several of us have had an opportunity to walk around this morning and last night around your community, and it's absolutely stunning, and it's just a joy to be here. So thank you so much for everything you do and for your public service. Supervisor.
Thank you. Good morning. Well, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Luis Obispo, I want to wish you a warm welcome to our region. My name is Dawn Ortiz-Legg. I'm the District 3 Supervisor. You also have to note that Morro Bay has some great nightlife, and tonight James McMurtry, the artist, is in town in case you want to have some evening entertainment. Recently, Tim Duff noted SLO County is the only county in California that has added 2 coastal access parks in the last 5 years. As a rural suburban county, these beautiful additions enhance the quality of life for our residents and for the 8 million visitors that we host here. Thank you, Coastal Commission and Coastal Conservancy, for helping us add these locations. I also want to give thanks for the good governance, the coastal oversight, and promoting the California value of environmental protections as we work together for our county's renowned current and future clean energy generation. As home to California's largest carbon-free energy generator, Diablo Canyon, which provides 17% of the portfolio of clean energy needed for 39 million Californians, SLO County has and will continue to demonstrate that it is possible to generate clean energy, carbon-free energy, while protecting and enhancing the environment. In partnership with the Coastal Commission, this is more critical than ever. June 6, 2024, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration released the following statement: quote, "Carbon dioxide is accumulating in the atmosphere faster than ever, accelerating this on a steep rise to levels far above any experienced during human existence." Scientists from NOAA and Scripps announced on June 6th that from January through April, NOAA and Scripps scientists said that CO2 concentrations increased more rapidly than they have ever had in the first 4 months of any year. The surge has come even as one international report said that fossil fuel emissions had been reduced and plateaued. But the record 2-year growth rate observed from 2022 to 2024 is likely a result of sustained high fossil fuel emissions combined with El Nino conditions, limiting the ability of global land ecosystems to absorb atmospheric CO2. The absorption of CO2 is changing the chemistry of the ocean, leading to ocean acidification and lower levels of dissolved oxygen, which interferes with the growth of some marine organisms. You all understand and know this. With the addition of data centers and artificial intelligence, the International Energy Agency reports that global electricity demand is projected to grow substantially under all scenarios. This sobering report for our beloved ocean and for our future generations tell us we must acknowledge our power demands are higher than ever, and we need to dedicate our collective power to generate more carbon-free energy. At the county, we are finalizing offshore wind waterfront infrastructure study scope of work in conjunction with the city of Morro Bay, Port San Luis, and Cal Poly. We also be using part of a grant to develop a communication and public outreach plan. I think that's important to share today because this has all still been kind of coming together in the last 3 years. But as we are doing this, we as society must come together to recognize that today's technologies help us better understand how to reduce our human impact when we do our energy generation. This is something that I think needs to be recognized, that we can do this in balance. We can do all of this in balance. While we humans have made a mess of in the last 100 years, we today are fortunate to have incredible knowledge and abilities to be lighter on the land and in the sea in order to utilize solutions such as offshore wind generation. In partnership with the Coastal Commission and many other agencies, we must and can work together because we need all the carbon-free energy we can get. Our oceans need us to do more than ever. And with that, I want to say thank you for your service, commissioners and staff, and for allowing me to share my comments this morning. May you have a productive visit and be treated with the honor and respect that you deserve. And we really thank you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Ortiz-Legg. That was just such an important statement. And I know we all very much appreciate that coming from you here this morning, although obviously it's it's a continuing horrible, horrible situation, but thank you so much for making that statement and welcome. All right, so I'd like to now open public comment this morning. Folks, we have a lot of public speakers. Obviously, you can see there's a lot of people here and there's also a lot of people on Zoom. So we'll begin. Everyone will have 2 minutes. I'd really appreciate it if someone has spoken on an issue before you that you agree with or you want to emphasize or reiterate, if you could do that in kind of a relatively short period of time to say, I agree with all of what's been said before, that would be really helpful. But for now, we'll
Sure.
begin public comment with the first speaker.
I believe we
Yes,
have agenda changes
Mr.
first.
Tufel. Oh, we want to do agenda changes first. Excuse me, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning, Chair Hart, Vice Chair Escalante, and Commissioners. Is this on? All right, we have 3 changes to the agenda today that are noted in the agenda changes memo posted to our online agenda. First, item 13A, CDP application for the demolition and construction of a single-family home in Torrance has been moved to consent. Next, item 14A, a CDP amendment application by the LA County Department of Beaches and Harbors, requesting after-the-fact authorization for use of a public parking lot and public viewing deck for the Gladstone's restaurant has been postponed. And finally, item 10A, the consistency determination by the U.S. Space Force for an increase in rocket launches and landings by SpaceX at Vandenberg has also been postponed. I want to note that on that item, because it was postponed late yesterday afternoon, and we're aware that members of the public made plans and traveled here this morning before they were aware of that postponement, we're inviting those that have signed up to speak on this item to instead speak during general public comment, which is item 4, following this, my remarks. That concludes the changes to today's agenda. And with that, we'll go back to general public comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much, Cassidy. Yes, and I apologize on behalf of the commission that the late notice on item 10A. However, I think that the extra time is going to be beneficial to try to move this topic forward to a better place. So on that note, we will open general public comment at this time and call the first speaker, please.
Thank you. I actually have 2 more announcements that I was asked to share. There are some signs outside on the bushes that the hotel has asked us to address to the meeting to see if you can move those. So if anyone from the public has brought signs and left them in bushes, please go get those and put them in your vehicles or take them with you. Secondly, we are having a little bit of a Wi-Fi shortage on our end. And so AV has asked me if anyone in the meeting is on their phone, not including anyone who needs to be connected to the internet, if you could disconnect from the Wi-Fi, that would really help us with the bandwidth on our end. So I will continue. For general public comment today, we have a number of 50 speakers, and that's going to be before our speakers from 10A Vandenberg. For members of the public, I will be announcing the names of the upcoming speakers and invite you to speak when it is your turn. Each speaker will be allowed 2 minutes during general public comment. In order to allow for live video testimony on Zoom, we will be bringing you in as panelists. As we bring you in, your Zoom will reload. This may take a moment. To speed up this process, we will bring several people in at a time, but please remain muted and keep your video off until we ask you to speak. After your time is up, you will be moved back to attendee mode. For members of the public present in the room, I will call your names in the order that they appear on our sign-up list. When you hear your name, please line up behind the podium and announce yourself with your name when you approach to speak. Several helpful tips. There is a raise hand function that will help us find you in the attendee list. If you are using a phone for audio, you can raise your hand by dialing *9. If you are participating by Zoom, you should see a button on your Zoom screen. If you have signed up to speak for this item and are able to do so, please raise your hand now. When it is your time to speak, we will invite you to unmute and turn on your camera. You can unmute yourself on a phone by dialing *6. Please remember to state your name for the record. So we will open with folks in attendance in the room here, starting with Nicole Dorfman, followed by Andrea Luker, followed by Mandy Davis. Please line up behind the podium.
Hello, good evening. Good morning. Sorry about that. Way ahead of myself. My name is Nicole Dorfman. I live here in Morro Bay, and I really appreciate the sentiments that were offered earlier. What a joy it is to be in our beautiful town, and how quiet it is, how clean it is. And I am urging you to keep that in mind when considering how much offshore wind and an industrial port on our beautiful estuary would impact not only quality of life, but the whole marine environment and also our thriving tourist economy. Industrial ports and tourist economies are incompatible with each other. And I think one of the original problems is that I was reading your consistency report, and it said that BOEM expects that the surveying activities would be launched out of the port of Morro Bay. As you see, we are not a port. So I think overall there's some real confusion about what our town and our harbor are about. I want to say a couple of things. You talked about just now the Vandenberg situation, and that's going to be tabled for now. But yet on the other hand, there was talk about this dire situation that we're in because that we need to decarbonize our system. So I ask you, it really seems for me like a tremendous contradiction. I wonder what the carbon footprint is of a rocket launch. I imagine it's out of this world, actually. So the people in Morro Bay are being asked to sacrifice our beautiful home to decarbonize, yet we're then on the other hand, raising carbon significantly with rocket launches. If it was as dire a situation as we're saying it is, why not just scrap that altogether and say, hey, this isn't compatible with where we are today. Another thing I want to talk about is if we're doing offshore wind to decarbonize, I think we're barking up the wrong tree. There are many studies which show that offshore wind actually in its development and has a tremendous carbon footprint and will also warm the atmosphere and the ocean. I'm looking at a Harvard study right now.
I'm sorry, miss, your time's up. Our alarm didn't go off. Sorry
Oh,
about
okay,
that.
thank you.
Andrea Luker, Mandy Davis, Sherry Hafer.
Good morning, Andrea Luker. I have 35 years of coastal environment experience working for local government. Today, I'm speaking to you as a member of React Alliance. We are a nonpartisan grassroots nonprofit organization that is concerned about offshore wind. Many in our community were completely confounded regarding, excuse me, Equinor's coastal development permit for their site surveys in state waters that was on your agenda last month as a de minimis waiver. According to the Coastal Act, a proposed development is de minimis if the executive director determines that it involves no potential for any adverse effect, either individually or cumulatively on coastal resources. Really, it makes no sense that that was a de minimis waiver. We're glad it got pulled. In addition, the Coastal Act also states that marine resources shall be maintained, enhanced, and where feasible, restored. Uses of marine environment shall be carried out in a manner that will sustain the biological productivity of coastal waters and that will maintain healthy populations of all species of marine organisms. And thirdly, with the Coastal Act, and I'm looking for a clock. No clock anywhere? All right, well, I'm going to just hurry through then. Section 300-3006, the public has a right to fully participate in decisions affecting coastal planning, conservation, and development. And implementation of programs for coastal conservation and development shall include the widest opportunity for public participation. In conclusion, let's remember, the Coastal Act pertains to Mr. Jones, who wants to develop his waterfront home. It pertains to the commercial businesses along the waterfront, and it pertains to Equinor. The same rigorous process that hundreds of coastal development projects have gone through must be applied to the offshore wind companies going forward. As commissioners, you're responsible for the application of the Coastal Act to all projects, including Equinor. Please don't short hop the approval of damaging site surveys for this experimental project where the short and long-term impacts are largely unknown. Thank you.
Mandy Davis, Sherry Hafer, John Ashbaugh.
Good morning, Mandy Davis, President of React Alliance, and it's so cool that you brought your new baby. How nice is that? And thank you for responding to me. So number one, what I would like to do is thank you. But I would also like to let you know that Ms. Legg's comments to you are not shared by a very large portion of this county, and you need to consider that. So there's one other thing, and you're going to be hearing from me in the future about the CDP for Atlas Wind. But what I would like to see is that you guys are recognizing the precautionary principle when you're looking at this information. Because in absence of information and enough scientific data, which actually I think there is, but you need to institute the precautionary principle. I would like to speak to some of the impacts of our estuary because I am a bit of an expert on the estuary. I've lived on it. I've worked as a guide on it for over 25 years. I am a biologist. And I have noticed on that CDP application that they are going to be doing the surveying and the bottom sampling right outside of the harbor mouth for Morro Bay. Morro Bay is a national estuary. It is one of the last remaining national estuaries in the United States. It is biologically significant, and it is a nursery for many of the nearshore Osos species. It's home to countless birds, marine mammals, some of which are protected and are endangered. So when they are doing those HRG surveys and the sampling right outside that harbor mouth, take into consideration it is a semi-closed system. Not only that, there is revetment all along the entrance and all the way back into the Central Bay.
Time is
What
up. I'm
that-
sorry, the alarm, for some reason, audio isn't going off, but the time is up.
That was 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, you guys. So, hey, go on a tour with me. Let me tell you what
Thanks
the
so much.
impacts
You
are.
know, we have
You take care.
50 speakers.
Thank you. I just need
Hold
to
on
make
one
it-
sec.
I wanted to announce to the room one more time, if you have a cell phone, please turn your Wi-Fi off if you don't need it. Our bandwidth is limited and we're having a hard time with the live stream. So please turn the Wi-Fi off on your cell phone if you can. Thank you. And laptops. Next, we have Sherry Hafer,
Thank you.
John Ashbaugh, and Susan Callery.
Okay, good morning. I have a slide, a photo that was supposed to come up.
Bringing it up now.
I am here to speak about my concerns with the Morro Bay wind energy site assessments. Equinor's project description for their site assessment plan is in the photo, which is hopefully coming up. BOEM, in their final EA for East Coast wind farms, concluded that there will be no measurable difference to climate change and no collective impact on global warming from the proposed action. The CEC strategic plan says that California will have to spend approximately $125 billion for the needed port and transmission line infrastructure. It also states that we don't have the needed supply chain or vessels. California is approximately $64 billion in debt, and our country is in even more debt. So if it isn't going to do what it's supposed to do, and we don't have the supply chain, ships, or money for the project, then why are we going ahead with potentially destructive site assessments? On April 17th, the Coastal Commission, in the dark of night, without public review, approved Equinor's request to do site assessments in federal waters. We hope the CDP for state waters is more transparent. We have been tracking the Island Pride and found, which is Equinor's boat, and found that they have violated several of the 7 conditions in the CC's CD. Condition 1, 2, and 3 are to protect marine habitats and sensitive species. The Island Pride has been doing survey work with over 220 decibels nonstop, night and day, since April 19th, with thrusters that put out at least 126 decibels of constant noise. We have never seen them stop or go around for anything. We have asked them we have asked how they are able to work during the night, but have been ignored. We have asked for independent acoustic monitoring and biological monitoring studies to be done, but have been ignored. Conditions 4 require safety with navigation. The Island Pride came to within 3 miles of the coast without a scout boat for 6 days. Condition 7 requires developing a statewide strategy for impacts to fish and fisheries. This includes best practices for site surveys. This has not been completed. The right thing for the Coastal Commission to do is to halt further survey work until the conditions you required are in place. It should also wait until the state has the funds, infrastructure, supply chain, and service vessels for offshore wind to ensure the project is even viable. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to put a quick pause, but we're having a little bit of an issue with the alarm. Do you want me to wait?
Do you want to take a couple minutes, Vale, and see if you can fix that? And also, there's a clock on the wall, I understand here. I can't see it.
I can
That's
just
not
do a
working.
manual one on my phone.
Okay, do you guys need a couple minutes or should we just continue?
Billy?
I'd say go ahead.
All right, let's move ahead. Folks,
Might not see it, but.
yeah, I'll let you know when you're within a few seconds. So why don't we have our next speaker? Is
Okay.
this working? Yeah, sorry.
John Ashball, Susan Callery, Gary Woolner.
Okay, what was the name again?
John Ashball,
All right,
Susan,
I'm not seeing him, so why don't we go to the next person?
Susan
and then we'll-
Callery, Gary Woolner. If you heard your name, please approach in no particular order.
Okey doke. Good
Good
morning.
morning. I'm Susan Callery. It's very nice to be here. I am recently retired from NASA in Earth and Climate Science, and I'm also a volunteer with the SLO County Citizens Climate Education Organization. I am in favor of Morro Bay offshore wind. I, along with a lot of other local environmental groups, fully support the Morro Bay offshore wind project for the following reasons. It will help California achieve its climate and renewable energy goals. It provides a domestic energy source, creates jobs, is not affected by volatile global energy markets, and helps to offset some of the most severe effects of climate change that are worsening all the time. Climate inaction is far more expensive than taking action such as this. I became involved in this issue because as a researcher, I'm really disturbed by the misinformation that has been put out by a very well-organized opposition campaign to this project, using very unfounded claims, such as high-energy sound waves are suspected of causing dozens of right whales and dolphins to strand themselves on the East Coast. This is false. And when primary threats such as ship strikes and entanglements from fishing gear and marine heat waves due to fossil fuel burning are the primary causes of these problems. The increase in ocean heat just between 2022 and 2023 was the equivalent of detonating 12 atomic bombs per second every day. It's very significant. I've also seen references to bird mortality, which needs to be addressed and can be, but pales in comparison to deaths from cats, buildings, and fossil fuels. Done.
That's time.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, so is the clock not working at all?
I believe we have it back up.
You've got it. Okay, so so you're going to be hearing a little bell at the end of your comments.
I'm the guinea pig.
I'm hearing bells in my head right now. Okay. Sir, please.
Gary
Hi.
Woolner, followed by Dane Edmondson, and then Joe Prion. Pardon me.
Hi, my name is Gary Woolner. I am for offshore wind projects near Morro Bay that supports the worldwide initiative to combat climate change. Climate change is the ultimate challenge for our planet. It threatens to cause irreparable harm to all living species if we do not act quickly to stop burning fossil fuels. Offshore wind is an important part of this effort. A key part of California's renewable energy goals is to deploy 5,000 megawatts of offshore wind energy by 2030 and 25,000 megawatts by 2045. The Morro Bay Wind Energy Project will help produce up to 6,000 megawatts of clean, renewable energy, enough to power 3.5 million homes. I am dismayed by opponents' efforts to sabotage the offshore wind project, especially with the rampant use of unfounded claims. Here are two examples. One, opponents claim that seismic surveys will be performed using air guns. That's false. In fact, these wind companies use technology used by the Morro Bay Aquarium and Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Opponents claim that offshore wind projects kill whales. There is no scientific evidence that noise resulting from offshore wind site surveys could potentially cause whale deaths, and a recent study in the journal Conservation Biology found no evidence that offshore wind development contributed to strandings or mortalities. Offshore wind projects present our community with a great opportunity to increase tourism, economic development, job creation, and provide a chance for our region to become a hub for environmental conservation, climate innovation, and protect our way of life. Offshore wind projects are at the beginning of a very long process. It's critical to use quality science in the development of these projects so that we can make the most of this opportunity for our regions, our oceans, and our planet. Thank you very much.
Dane Edmondson, Joe Prion, Robert Seidenberg.
Good morning, everyone. My first time ever doing anything like this, so want to get the nerves out of the way. I'm addressing a different topic than most everyone here probably. I'm a recent transplant to the area. I'm actually from Big Sur area, and so my question pertains to the Big Sur coastline. Being the victim of a wildfire that destroyed my family's home, which was started by illegal campers, and recently reading the proposed U.S. Forestry Coastal Zone Visitor Use Management Strategy as it pertains to our area, or my area, I should say. I just wanted to encourage the Coastal Commission to consider working with private landowners that have substantial amounts of acreage to create responsible small scale, to make sure that there was at least a consideration to work with some of the private landowners that actually want to do that for a responsible reason. So thank you.
What was your name?
My name is Dane Edmondson.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Can we are requested for a 5-minute break.
Okay, so folks, we're going to take a brief break just to deal with our challenges on the technological challenges. So don't get up and leave or anything, or we're going to have a hard time. I mean, literally 5 minutes. Okay. So, it's 9:37. We'll be back at 9:43. That's 5 minutes. Hello. All right, everybody. All right, everyone, if you could please take your seat again, that would be great. Folks. Okay, we need everybody to take their seats. I don't have a gavel, but I'd really like to ask everyone to turn off their Wi-Fi, because otherwise we're going to have this problem throughout the morning and we're going to be here for a very long time. Please, please turn off your Wi-Fi. Just use your phone signal. That way we can have access to our Wi-Fi, which we need to operate the meeting. So thank you very much. We're going to continue with public comment now. I think we've got the clock working. So who is our next speaker, Vale?
Our next speaker is Joe Prion, followed by Robert Seidenberg, and then Paul Gallo.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Well, I'll give you another break on the wind farm stuff.
Please state your name, sir.
Yes, my name is Joe Prion. I am blessed to live here on the Central Coast. Today, I'm here representing the nonprofit organization that I'm a part of, Smart Coast Californians. I know a number of you here in the room, and thank you all for being involved with us. As you're aware, our purpose, as well as yours, is stewardship of our coast. Specifically, our mission is advocating for the collaborative stewardship of the coast, that special place where the land and the water meet. Dedicated to community sustainability, property rights, and the environment. Smart Coast California is an advocate for the solutions to address sea level rise and the nuances that is created throughout the state. Through collaboration with you and all stakeholders, we hope to find the right balance for our shoreline. supporting those who live, work, and enjoy our coast. As Californians, we are all together in this. We need to work together to find those solutions as partners for all California, both coast and inland, neighborhood and neighborhoods. Smart Coast California hopes to continue engaging with you and your staff to work together on those solutions. But most importantly, we truly want to express our gratitude for you collaborating with us, and we look forward to more collaboration in the future. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Robert Seidenberg, Paul Gallo, Jeremiah O'Brien.
He just wants to make sure that our timer bell works. Sorry, if you could just wait.
Okay, well, you
Now,
can just yell.
5
Somebody
seconds,
look at the
just
clock
1
and just
second.
yell when it's done. We don't need the stinking internet, okay?
Not working, not working, Billy.
I
I'll
can,
time myself,
I can.
No, our
just
timer's working.
announce
Please
when the
proceed,
timer's
sir.
up.
okay?
Yeah, no bell.
Please state your name, sir.
So are we going? Okay, all right. But here are some facts about offshore wind. Apparently, contrary to what you may have heard, offshore wind actually is the worst way of producing electricity. It's one of the most expensive and, owing to its inherent intermittency, least efficient forms of electricity generation. It currently relies entirely on subsidies and tax credits, which it has in the past and will continue in the future. As Warren Buffett says, who owns an energy farm out here, without subsidies, no one would be building them. It's this intermittency issue that is one of the biggest problems, but the extreme high cost makes it even worse. The intermittency problem is currently being covered by an increased usage of fossil fuel and nuclear electricity generators. Wind energy only produces about 40% of the time, so during these intermittent periods, we need to rely on reliable fuel, which is fossil fuel and nuclear power plants. The wind energy companies are subsidized through various tax credits and guaranteed purchase agreements, which are prices that they are guaranteed to be paid throughout the duration of their contracts. These power purchase agreement subsidies are paid over a period of 15 to 20 years, which is the expected life of these projects. On the East Coast of New England area, where the most recent purchase agreements are granted, they're in the range of $160 per megawatt hour. The current wholesale electricity price now is only $40. It's 4 times the amount of the current electricity price. Unlike the East Coast projects, though, in shallow waters, the one they're talking about here in Morro Bay is a deep water project which never been done before. And it's going to cost a lot more to build those things. And plus the cost of get the electricity to the grid is a whole other very costly venture. Here in California, the cost of electricity is already the second highest in the country, with an average electricity bill of $280 a month. For proof of how subsidizing energy resources like wind energy affect the economy, we can just look to Europe, especially Germany and UK.
That's time. That's your time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyway, I
Thank
think you
you.
get the point.
Yes.
Can you
Hopefully.
tell me your name, sir? Thank you.
Huh?
Paul Gallo?
Robert Seidenberg, yeah.
Thank you. Next is Paul Gallo, Jeremiah O'Brien, Carolyn Kruger. And just for everyone in the room's knowledge, the timer is to the screen on your right there.
Good morning, honorable members of the Coastal Commission and staff. My name is Paul Gallo, and I'm a resident of Los Osos. I have been following the proposed development of offshore wind off the coast of San Luis Obispo County for several years. It has become clear to me that this endeavor has been systematically rolled out with great deception. The initial pitch by the wind developers was that it is over 20 miles offshore and you won't see it from the coastline, essentially out of sight, out of mind. BOEM, NOAA, and the Regional Economic Development Organization, REACH, failed to fully inform the public of the multiple of nearshore and onshore impacts that will result from offshore wind farms. Now the residents of the Central Coast are seeing the big picture of what is planned for our precious coastline, and it is devastating. Our marine environment will be severely impacted and irreparably harmed by offshore wind development, and so will the businesses who depend on it. Soon, the Coastal Commission will have the opportunity and duty to act on behalf of the citizens of the Central Coast. It is imperative that you deny Equinor Wind ESA a permit for high-resolution geographic mapping in state waters until they can demonstrate that best practices for site surveys have been developed in accordance with the Morro Bay Wind and Fisheries Working Group. You must not abdicate your responsibility to protect our coast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeremiah O'Brien, Carolyn Kruger, Shirley Fraser.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Coastal Commission. My name is Jeremiah O'Brien. I'm a commercial fisherman here in town and have been for 46 years. And I just wanted to bring up a couple of points here, and one of them was the climate issues that others before me here had brought up about why this is so important and global warming and so forth. Well, we're talking about putting these wind machines on the ocean. So, and global warming and sea temp warming, what cools the ocean? What keeps the damn ocean cool? It's upwellings and wind. So we'll harvest 4,500 square miles, and that's California's outbuild, and 4,000 square miles of wind. What's going to cool the water? We talk about ocean warming, and you're harvesting the wind. It's so insane. The wind is so insane on so many issues. And it seems like no one's doing their due diligence. So if you watch what's going on the East Coast, which will be a mirror of what will happen on the West Coast, they're all in court, they're all fighting, and they're all losing a lot of money. BP, this is about a month ago, maybe two, BP backed away and left $1.2 billion on the table. They said they could be back in the future, but the economics was so bad that they couldn't afford it. They're not going to be the ones paying for it. In the long run, we are going to pay for it. And if BP can't afford it, we probably can't either. Was that my bell?
That's time.
Thank you.
No.
Carolyn Kruger.
Let's not have any clapping, folks. You're doing so great with your hands, so let's stick with that. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. If you stroll along our Embarcadero by our sea otter nursery, you'll glimpse a sign that reads, "Shh, Sea Otter Nursery Zone." This is because the greatest threat to sea otters is human disturbance. The construction and operation of an industrial port and offshore wind turbines in Morro Bay would turn our little quiet sign into a sad joke and decimate our otter community. A 2014 study shows that the otter's auditory system is not specialized for operating in noisy conditions due to their poor ability to extract signals of interest from the acoustic background. Behaviors that rely on environmental sound cues would be disrupted by the industrial din. Low-frequency industrial noise is especially difficult for them to filter out, and noise will disturb their extremely important rest periods. Further, Sea Otter Savvy states because sea otters don't store energy in the form of fat, they are dependent on a delicate balance of energy income in the form of prey and energy expense from activities. Swimming and diving to avoid watercraft that approach too closely or too aggressively results in an additional energy expense burden. If this results in an energy deficit, the sea otter must either find more prey to eat or risk losing body condition, which is elemental to good health and survival. Hunted nearly to extinction in the 1900s, southern sea otters are listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act and protected under the Marine Mammal Protection Act and California law. The population has grown from 50 to 2,800 over the last 85 years. Please put a halt to offshore wind. Remember, Boehm states, overall, it is anticipated there would be no collective impact on global warming as a result of offshore wind projects. Thank you.
Shirley Fraser, Seychelles Cans, Ted Key.
Good morning, distinguished commissioners, staff, Shirley Fraser, Morro Bay resident. The Vistra BESS EIR stated that there was no significant impact of having the battery storage facility here. And I would argue that in terms of sound, there were no actual tests done in the middle of the night. I'm a nearby resident. We enjoy the serenity to be able to hear the sea lions in our harbor and the ocean waves crashing on the shore. More importantly, the close proximity of this battery storage facility to our high school, to residences that live up above, where you can't mitigate sound, the real possibility of toxic off-gassing, the potential for fire that we've already seen 3 times at the Moss Landing facility and now down south of San Diego at the Otay Mesa, presents a real possible health risk for the residents here of Morro Bay that are fortunate enough to live here and our huge tourist industry. We really have limited egress out of the area if there were to be a catastrophic failure with a 2-lane road. I don't think that's fair to subject the residents to that or our huge tourist industry, not to mention our protected and endangered species within the harbor and the area and the estuary, the close proximity to that. I don't think that people are against clean, renewable energy. This is just not the right location for it. It makes sense monetarily for the developers to put it in that location with existing infrastructure. It would cost them less than if they had to move it. But I implore you to step in if need be, because this would be the world's largest battery storage facility, not the California one, not the United States, the world's largest. And a small fishing village community that's seaside of 10,000 residents, this is not the right place for it. And I would implore you to take action against the California Energy Commission if it comes to that. I appreciate your time and your careful consideration of this. Thank you so much.
Seychelle Cans, Ted Key, Hope Padalino, and then after that, we have 5 more speakers before we move to Zoom.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners and staff. Thank you so much for coming. I am Seychelle Can, and I'm a resident of Morro Bay. We are so happy to have you here. I am not only representing myself, but also Steve Ray, who can't be here today. 13 months ago, Steve first discussed with your staff the possibility of coming to the commission back to Morro Bay and the extended Estero Bay. After some work and coordination between your staff, Steve, and the people working with him here in the city, your return is now a reality. Unfortunately, Steve can't be here today to greet you. For the second time, he's got COVID. However, he hopes to recover and join you next month in San Rafael. As you've seen from your agenda, there are quite a few issues and projects coming before you today from Morro Bay and the extended Estero Bay. There will be more, and some of them are quite controversial. You'll be hearing about those from the citizens, the city, and yes, the applicants. We know you're going to be very busy while you're here, but we hope you'll take enough time to see our city, to stroll the Embarcadero, to eat at our excellent restaurants and meet some of the great people, view our national estuary, our wildlife, and of course, visit our famous landmark, the sacred Morro Rock. Getting an early start in your day will give you some extra time to enjoy yourselves. To help you with your early boost, we'd like to present to you our unofficial Morro Bay mug to drink your coffee, tea, or hot chocolate in the morning. We've handed them to Vanessa, and I hope you get a chance to use them on your visit here. Take them back to your office, your home, so that the memory of Morro Bay will last with you a little longer. Thank you for coming. We welcome you wholeheartedly, and thank you very much.
Thanks. We're really going to miss Steve because I renamed him Morro Ray. Had you heard that?
He loves that. I can tell you.
So much for everything. Thank you.
Ted Key, Hope Padalino, Rachel Wilson.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ted Key, Cambria. While I fully support many of the other offshore objections you will hear, my comment is more global and an informative nature. I know from my past presentations to the Commission that you're all thoughtful, and I also know alternative solutions are often a factor in Commission decisions. I believe wind is a viable power source, but that this application is misguided. Financial support for climate projects doesn't come often. We really must spend wisely. The IPCC report gives us just a decade before catastrophic planetary effects. Therefore, solutions must be implemented immediately, not 10 years from now. The problem right now is not generation, it's transmission and storage. We already have enough passive power to meet and exceed the entire state's needs on many days. In fact, when generation exceeds demand, energy that could have been stored is lost. That's a clarion call for larger grid storage. Newsom has recently approved a floating solar panel project in the Delta area. I applaud this effort and would like to propose that we begin right now engineering and installing scaffolding to cover the entire aqueduct system with American-made panels, as we used in the successful Carrizo Plan project.
Excuse me 1 sec.
Yes.
We're going to have to stop for 5 minutes.
Okay, can he complete his comments? All right,
But
so,
we're not recording anything. We've lost it completely.
okay, why don't you complete your comments and then we'll have to take a pause and figure all this out.
Yeah, I will do the 2 minutes. Benefits include evaporation reduction. It would also create Californian construction jobs for the entire state, including some disadvantaged areas. Building grid storage centers along the way allow greater flexibility and grid stability and power as it's built. Why send billions of our tax dollars overseas rather than supporting U.S. manufacturing and low-maintenance technology available immediately? The onshore effects are going to industrially transform Morro Bay and Avila in ways that will surely anger the citizenry and severely disturb the protected otters and seals habitats. I haven't the time to go into the replacement of the old heavy water diablo reactors with molten salt thorium technology. Briefly, though, I must point out that thorium reactors are virtually failure-proof, cheaper to build and fuel, can reproduce the old rods on site, reducing their half-life from 10,000 to 300 years with no water cooling. Several other countries are also eating our lunch on technology that we invented here.
Sir, I think you have hit your 2 minutes.
Can I just?
I really have to.
Okay, given what I put forth, there's no reason to allow the expansion of the scanning.
Thank you very much, appreciate it. All right, so how would you like to proceed, Bill?
Could we
want to
take
take
5 minutes?
Yeah, all right, we're gonna take another break and we'll assume it's gonna be 5 minutes, but we'll try to fix whatever it is. Thanks.
Hello,
Yes.
testing.
Okay, everybody,
Hi.
let's make another go of it. Okay, everyone. You can please take a seat, please, everyone. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Please take a seat.
All right, so I think we've made enough improvements that we can forge ahead. So could you please state your name and love to hear your comments. Thank you.
My name is Hope Padalino, and welcome to all of you to my wonderful little fishing village. I hope you're all enjoying it as much as we have over the years. We just came back from Italy, and the gal we met spoke no English until we mentioned we were from Morro Bay, and she's like, "Oh, Dory, the jewel of the Central Coast." So it is internationally known, and we're very proud of that. You know, Morro Bay has been an active commercial fishing town long before we were ever a top beach destination, and it's one of the big reasons why we became a top beach destination. People flock from all over the world just to photograph and paint and live among these little fishing boats in our little town. Now, what's that all about? Well, I guess people think it's glamorous, right? But fishing for a living is rarely glamorous and often challenging, and the life of the commercial fisherman is similar to that of the family farmer, except you're not going to drown if you're the family farmer. The work is hard and it's dangerous, and the income is uncertain and variable, and they all go out there and they do it every day. And it's frequently a family venture, a culture and a heritage that has been passed down for many generations. Now, you all have a stated mission to protect California's coast for present and future generations. And that's what I'm asking you all to think about doing today. People come here to see and be a part of the living history and authentic heritage. Authentic people in these communities in the U.S. are in decline. the fishing villages of the US are in decline. And without our Morro Bay fishermen, our cultural heritage will be abolished. So we're asking you to protect our fishing village and protect our endangered species. This is a little town in Massachusetts, New Bedford, before the turbines came in. Okay, here's how it
time.
looks now. This is not what we want, right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Rachel Wilson, Kate Franklin, Silvio DeSantis.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Wilson, and I want to thank you for coming to Morro Bay, this beautiful community. And I'm going to give you a little different perspective. The best way to see this community is on the water. That is where I tend to live. I was kayaking last night. Not at this exact moment. The tide is very, very low, and you'd be kayaking in the mud. You would not drown, but you'd be sitting there. But anyway, I have 2 kayaks up on the rack. If you have the opportunity, see this community by kayak. It is amazing. But thank you so much for coming to our community. We really appreciate having you here.
Thank you. Kate Franklin, Silvio DeSantis, Bill Martoni, and then we'll move to Zoom.
Hello, my name is Katie Franklin, and just up front, I just found out a new fact about the wind turbines. They're made from balsa wood. 40 of the balsa trees from the Amazon forest will be required for each turbine. First of all, I would like to thank you for coming to our special spot on the Central Coast. We have one of the last intact, ecologically diverse, and functioning estuaries. Estuaries are like the liver of the Earth's biosphere. The approval of destructive surveys in federal ocean waters before securing plans and permits for the massive offshore wind project is quite surprising. The proposed project, spanning over 400 square miles in the Pacific Ocean, is venturing into uncharted territory. The only other attempt in Scotland, with just 6 floating turbines, quickly turned into failures, leaving a troublesome mess behind in the open waters. Questions linger about why HRG surveying is progressing without the essential monitoring and best practices that were initially assured. One obvious consideration could have been to wait until the whales were not migrating in the middle of that whole process. A closer examination reveals that this energy source is not green or reliable. The repercussions could be profound, from the disruption of delicate habitats to the challenges of navigating around towering turbines for both rescuers and wildlife alike. Birds, whales, and other creatures, as we have seen in the wind farms on the East Coast and other countries, face perils in their migrations through this transformed land seascape. Toxic pollutants sourcing the wood from the Amazon, enormous connecting chains weighing tons, scraping all of the life from the ocean floor, cruise ship-sized vessels forcing us to destroy sensitive habitat in our harbor, and EMFs from the cables create a devastating picture. Can we afford to ignore the lessons learned elsewhere where similar projects have failed economically? Why waste time on a project that is doomed to fail to make even one iota of a difference in the climate change we face? Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Silvio DeSantis, Bill Martoni, and then we'll move to Zoom with Matt Haynes.
Hello, Commission. Thank you for being here, getting to know our city.
You can pull that mic
Getting
right
to know
up.
our city.
Just pull the mic up if you'd like.
I'll pull it up. Thank
Yeah,
you.
there you go.
Thank you. Anyway, it's good to be here speaking to you in regards to these 2 major projects on our little town that's actually been thriving on tourism and also fishing still going. So I can see a major impact on our city in regards to both. First of all, we don't have the infrastructure for it. And second of all, we hate to actually lose part of our tourism, which is our main income for the city. Been a PG&E retiree. I did work at the power plant, and I noticed what it did originally to the city. It impacted it such with noise. Of course, the battery storage will have less noise, but I'm sure still have a hum. since it's going to be storing more energy than we need. So I see no interest as far as our nothing for Morro Bay and everything for United States and the world. And of course, these major projects are basically income driven, and I can see that. And I would hate to see our ocean, which is disrespected, abused. And I think that's about it for now. So thank you for being here and listening to me.
Thank you. Bill Martoni, and then we'll go to Zoom with Matt Haynes, followed by Ann Cantrell.
Bill Martini, Morro Bay. Yeah, it's been a long morning. I'm the last guy here, so you can take a break. Last time we got abalone and Pinot when you guys showed up. It was excellent. I hope you repeat it. That was at the gatherings, so maybe pay for all the comments. Couple quick comments. Your internet might work a little better. I think X out at Vandenberg with SpaceX may be messing with you, so keep that in mind, you know. The other thing I was going to bring up, kind of get off the subject, the sand spit across from you here, if you look out, it's been nuked or they've hit it with Agent Orange. About half of it is dead out there. I don't know if you needed a coastal permit for that. I'm not sure if it was state parks or what happened. It overlapped on some private property, so about 50% of the vegetation out there is gone. It's ice plant that's about as native to this area as any of us. And like I say, looked like it was hit by Agent Orange, not talking about Donald Trump. It's, you know, but the main reason I'm here, though, is to switch gears. I'm talking about building 3 Costcos on the Embarcadero in the form of a Vistra battery plant. In a floodplain, in a tsunami zone, the EIRs come out. This is right next to the wastewater treatment plant that's been flooded in the past rains. And it also went under, and it just to build this next to a high school on the Embarcadero. I'm all for like even iron lithium phosphate batteries that are safer than the lithium ion. It's just the wrong location. Morro Bay has other locations.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you so
sure.
much. And
No
thanks for
problem.
your
No
comments.
problem.
Could I just ask staff a question? Since all these folks are here primarily on this one issue, and I assume we'll have other topics on Zoom, and I don't know how many want to stick around. I know I have some questions. Is it permitted for us to have questions in the middle of public comment, or do we need to wait till the end? Questions from the commission?
I think you could ask questions now. This is a
Okay.
somewhat informal part of the meeting.
Okay, so what I was thinking, commissioners, is if you have questions specifically related to these Morro Bay focused, some of the public testimony on Morro Bay, I know I have a couple questions that we could ask those now. I'm sorry, looking like we can't. Maybe
I
we
just
can't.
wanted to remind commissioners that the purpose of asking questions is really to determine whether to add an agenda item to the meeting.
Right.
It's not to get into substantive
Of course.
matters. Thanks.
And I think that's helpful for the public to know too, that this is really just to ask staff specifically with regard to questions we might have from things that came up. All right, so let me turn to my fellow commissioners and ask if there are any questions specific to the testimony. Okay, I just have a couple questions. Oh, Commissioner Bochco.
Do we know how far off shore?
Mike.
Mike. We know how far offshore the planned project is to be. It's in federal waters, I assume?
That's correct. The current lease areas are off, they're in federal waters, around 20 miles is
20
the
miles.
closest offshore.
Okay, thank you.
Whoa. Wow, that was amazing. Like, it's like one of those mornings this morning. I don't know. Okay, I had 2 questions and I'll ask them both and then perhaps you could respond. One is if you could comment on the testing, or if you could respond. I have a question regarding if in fact there is testing going on by Equinor right outside the bay mouth. And could you just respond, if possible, to the comments that were made regarding whether there's acoustic and biological testing, if that's appropriate? Those are my main two questions. Also, if you could just answer if the battery storage facility will be coming to us in the future and when that will be.
So I guess one quick comment I can make on the state waters portion is that the commission will be considering a CDP for state waters, the survey work next month. So there is no survey work being done in state waters right now. So that would be considered next month by the commission. There's transit, I think, because they are doing offshore work in federal waters. So that's one point of clarification.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Huckelbridge.
And then I was hoping to get, maybe we could turn to Zoom and see if we can ask either Kevin Kahn or Dan Carl. They may be in transit, so we'll see if they're able to answer any questions about an update on the battery storage and what the timeline is for that project. I'm not sure, Kevin or Dan, if you're online.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, everyone. Hi, commissioners. Yes, just real quick about the battery storage facility. Excuse me. So yes, short answer is yes, that will be coming to the commission at some point. The LCP update that this commission approved several months ago actually requires a master plan and an LCP amendment that would be incorporated into the LCP for any future development there. And that would be, excuse me, to identify kinds, locations, intensity of use with the Coastal Act as the standard of review. The site's about 70 acres, so it's pretty large. And the intent is just to identify what types of uses, battery storage, visitor serving, housing, open space could be appropriate there. So that will be something that it's currently making its way through the local process. And should it be approved, then it would come to us.
Thanks so much, Kevin, and thanks for making yourself available. All right, so now we're going to move to Zoom public comment. And how many speakers do we have on Zoom?
We have 24, and that's before the 10A Vandenberg speakers.
And how many are there of the 10A speakers?
There are 12.
Okay, so what I'd like to do instead of 2 minutes is go to 90 seconds for each speaker, please, on Zoom.
I'll let Billy get that set up first. I'm going to have Chris set up a timer on his phone. Our first three speakers on Zoom will be Matt Haynes, followed by Ann Cantrell, and then Angeles Ochoa. I'll see if Billy can get the timer up. Yeah. Okay, Matt Haynes, you should be able to unmute and begin. We're going to give you 90 seconds.
Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Matt Haynes. I am the Communications and Development Manager for MECA. I am the we're the multi-ethnic collaborative of community agencies. And I am here today to speak in support of the, sorry about that, the Magnolia Tank Farm project. It's located in Huntington Beach, California. It will provide affordable housing for folks here in Orange County, California. And we're just urging the Coastal Commission to support the development of the Magnolia Tank Farm. MECA is a nonprofit backbone organization. We support 9 other multi-ethnic collaborative organizations providing health and human services here in Orange County. And we believe that, housing is part of health here in Orange County. And we see kind of the negative effects of the struggle for finding housing here in Orange County, especially amongst our diverse residents and underserved communities. And we really believe that the Magnolia Tank Farm is something that it's a small thing, but it will help address those issues here in Orange County, California. So we urge the Coastal Commission just to take a deep look into the Magnolia Tank Farm, see the benefits that it's going to bring for the underserved communities here in Orange County. Positive housing effects, positive health effects, positive social effects. And we just definitely urge, our collaborative urges you guys take this up and help move that project along. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Ann Cantrell, followed by Angeles Ochoa, and then John Bodorf. Ann?
Good morning, Ann Cantrell, speaking for the Sierra Club Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force. Last year, this commission required a coastal development permit for the Big Bang on the Bay fireworks show on July 3rd. This year, the applicants did not submit application for the show in a timely manner. This has caused a lot of problems and media attention in the Long Beach area. And I'm just here today to support the staff's approval or not approving this application because it wasn't submitted on time. I appreciate that they're following the rules and protecting the coast and the wildlife on the coast. And I hope that this will continue with all fireworks shows up and down the coast in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Angeles Ochoa, followed by John Bodorf, and then Anna Christensen. That looks like our alarm works.
Good morning, members of the Coastal Commission. My name is Angeles Ochoa, and I am the digital organizer with Orange County Communities Organized for Responsible Development. I'm here to express my strong support for the Magnolia Tank Farm redevelopment and affordable housing project in Huntington Beach, which is essential for meeting the housing needs of under-resourced working families in Orange County. In my role with Accord, I have seen the severe consequences of the housing crisis firsthand. In the last couple of months, we have supported over 40 households in just one neighborhood of Anaheim facing eviction through no fault of their own, but instead due to landlord greed and the lack of local accountability. This low income neighborhood and the tenants have nowhere to go because of the high cost of rent. Unfortunately, this situation is not unique and is a widespread issue across Orange County. Currently, 65% of renters in our region spend over 30% of their income on rent, placing immense strain on families. With Orange County ranked among the top 10 least affordable metropolitan housing markets, action is imperative. The Magnolia Tank Farm project offers hope, committing to a 20% affordable housing rate for very low income families. I urge the Commission to recognize the urgency of this matter. The Magnolia Tank Farm project goes beyond meeting requirements. It exceeds them, offering 250 new housing units, including 20% for workforce and affordable housing. This project is a game changer for our community. I strongly encourage the Commission to prioritize the Magnolia Tank Farm project on its agenda. Its benefits make it a beacon for hope for working families in Orange County. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next is John Bodorf, followed by Anna Christensen, and then Suzanne Hume. John?
Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is John Bodorf with CleanEarthForKids.org. Please do not allow any installations of synthetic turf in the coastal zone. CleanEarthForKids.org and Surfrider stand against plastic grass as it is harmful to human health and the environment. Plastic grass has been found to contain toxic and cancer-causing chemicals like PFAS. PFAS have been found in every plastic grass field tested. There are over 16,000 chemicals used in the making of plastic, with at least 4,200 of them known to be highly hazardous to human health and the environment. All tested plastics leached hazardous chemicals, and each major plastic type contains over 400 chemicals of concern. Chemicals commonly found in plastics like PFAS and phthalates can cause cancer and impair reproduction, growth, and cognition. Installing plastic grass is the intentional use of microplastics, which does serious harm to the environment and human health. And plastic grass is not recycled. Reuse is not recycling. Burning is not recycling. We must stop these fields of toxic chemicals. They will get into our water and soil. Please do not be greenwashed by the industry. There is no environmentally friendly plastic grass. Please stop the toxic plastic pollution. Please stop plastic grass. Thank you from CleanEarthForKids.org.
Thank you. Anna Christensen, Suzanne Hume, and then Livia Borak-Bodine. Anna?
The Los Cerritos Wetlands Task Force appreciates the commission taking regulatory action with respect to fireworks. Given that such a large number of fireworks displays take place along our coast, their cumulative and long-term impacts deserve further study. We actually do not see how it is possible to grant CDPs that condition fireworks displays in such a way that they comply with coastal protections, however. Given the following: fireworks create a fog of fine particles, poisonous aerosols, and heavy metals. Pollutants are highly concentrated, and the particles are small enough to be easily inhaled. Explosions and debris poison the air, water, and soil, making them toxic and even life-threatening to birds, wildlife, pets, livestock, and people. The explosions release smoke and gases such as carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen oxide, primary greenhouse gases responsible for climate change. Perchlorate compounds are used as oxidizers to aid in the combustion reaction. High levels of perchlorates can persist for months, contaminating ground and surface waters. Perchlorates are potent thyroid disruptors with far-reaching ecological impacts. Some of the most hazardous chemicals released are heavy metals, including barium, copper, lead, chromium, silver, and antimony. These metals can cause a huge variety of short and long-term reactions, including vomiting, diarrhea, asthma attacks, kidney disease, cardiac oxygen, and cancers. Exploding fireworks can damage hearing and trigger mental health episodes, especially in those who suffer from PhD. Thank you. No fireworks,
Thank you.
please.
Suzanne Hume, Livia Borak-Bodine, and then Cedric Farmer. Suzanne?
Good morning, Chair Hart and Coastal Commission. My name is Suzanne Hume. I'm the Educational Director and founder of CleanEarthForKids.org, supporting the comments of Sierra Club and the previous speaker. Please do not allow fireworks in the coastal zone. Please continue to provide guidance and information to cities and the public about the harms of fireworks. Instead of fireworks, cities can do parades and picnics, music venues, or simple light shows. Fireworks contain persistent bioaccumulative toxic chemicals, lead, and heavy metals, and continue to persist and harm our water, birds, fish, wildlife, and the public. Lead, titanium, strontium, copper, and other heavy metals and toxic chemicals common in fireworks persist and cause great harm. Fireworks become airborne, pollution travels, and harms our lungs, our hearts, and our brains. There is no safe level of lead. Lead damages children's brains, development, and future. Lead reduces IQ and increases aggression and behavioral problems. And lead exposure is the number one reason for fatal heart attacks in the United States. Firework explosions cause animals to flee in terror, birds to collide, bees to leave their hives and not return, and results in animals getting injured, running away, getting lost, and causing great harm and heartbreak to families and children. Instead of exploding toxic chemicals, lead, and heavy metals, please, no fireworks. Thank you so much from CleanEarthForKids.org.
Thank you. Next is Livia Borak, followed by Cedric Farmer, and then Brian Rosen.
Good morning, Livia Borak-Bodine. I'm a partner at Coast Law Group and legal director of Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation. In my capacity as an attorney, I've dealt with many Coastal Commission offices and many of your staff. I have also represented litigants in challenging Coastal Commission decisions. But today, I just wanted to say thank you for your steadfast integrity and for upholding the Coastal Act. I know the Coastal Commission is perennially underfunded. Your staff works extremely hard and are probably underpaid. That extends to every staff member that I've dealt with and the executive director. The commission itself is not insulated from public attacks and political pressure. And not on any particular item, I just wanted to say thank you for your hard work. And in the words of Peter Douglas, the coast is never saved, it's always being saved. So thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Livia. Next is Cedric Farmer, followed by Brian Rosen, and then Lorna Moffett.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, my name is Cedric Farmer, and I am a deacon at Divine Favor Missionary Baptist Church. Also, I am an organizer at Groundswell for Water and Housing Justice. We'd like to say that Orange County is among the top 10 least affordable metropolitan housing markets in the nation. Providing affordable and workforce housing is critical, and all parts of California should step up to the plate and make this a reality. Please support the development of the Magnolia Tank Farm project. In addition, we hope that the Magnolia Tank Farm project can get on the agenda within the next couple of months. This project will help Orange County and Huntington Beach reach state mandated regional housing needs allocation goals with a 20% rate for very low income, extremely low income families and hotel workers. I want to thank the commission for its time. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Next is Brian Rosen, followed by Lorna Moffett, and then Melissa Som-DeSurf. Brian, you should be, I see that you're on a phone. You should be able to unmute and begin.
I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. The Surf Busway in Monterey County is for MST buses only, and it will bypass just 4 miles of freeway at its widest section where traffic flows the very best. 3 lanes of freeway are sandwiched between 2 lanes on either side. The May 17th letter from District Manager Kevin Kahn makes it clear the project isn't coastal compliant. It also makes it clear that Surf would preclude the establishment of rail in the corridor. For one, having a busway would use up the development potential in the corridor. Despite the letter, MST and TAMC keep insisting rail and Surf can coexist. All over the internet, it's stated tracks will remain in place and the 2 uses can coexist. MST's environmental assessment says that too. But a traffic problem exists during the morning rush hour from 7 to 9 a.m. on southbound Highway 1. 4 MST buses per day are stalled in traffic. So are school buses, which won't be allowed to use the busway. Disadvantaged children riding buses will be stuck in traffic. The traffic problem has been greatly exaggerated, and I believe this is all about development, so they can do major development. By having transit there, it will allow a lot more development. The State Parks Department, MST says, supports Surf, but actually park staff concurred in calling for an EIR, and they had serious problems with Surf, but the district manager overrode their concerns. Still, their concerns remain valid. In peak months, 84,000 vehicles use Highway 1, 700 passengers.
Thank you. Your time is
per
up,
day.
Brian.
Oh, thank you. I wish we had 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is Lorna Moffett. Lorna, I see that you're also called in on a phone. Please unmute.
Yes, Lorna Moffett from Monterey. The MST bus line under Mr. Cedric has been totally dismantled into a transit system hell. I know because I take the bus and have for the last 25 years, except now, due to transfers and time-consuming rides, I have to drive where I once could ride. The Surf project directed by Mr. Cedric is only there to promote development of the dunes. And the Monterey supervisors and city council politicians are blind to global warming and what it is doing to our Monterey sanctuary and peninsula. They okay every building project without concern for the traffic nightmares they're creating or how it is heating up the sanctuary. Our sanctuary is one of the most important sanctuaries in the world due to its yearly plankton bloom. Watch Blue Planet to see why. Plankton, which supplies 70% of the world's oxygen, is being destroyed by global emissions. The CO2 is causing acidification of the seas, making it impossible for the phytoplankton to develop its shells. And therefore, in studying that, they have found that their shells are getting thinner and thinner, which means we are basically suffocating ourselves. So please, no on Surf. Thank you so much.
Next is Melissa Som-DeSurf, followed by Steve Vana Evans, and then Tony Alexander. Melissa?
Good morning, Melissa Som-DeSurf. I live next to an unhosted short-term rental, also called an Airbnb, in the Belmont Park neighborhood of Long Beach, which is in a coastal community. I have filed a petition with the City of Long Beach to restrict unhosted short-term rentals in my tract according to the City of Long Beach's ordinance. Homeowners in this neighborhood are voting whether they agree with restricting unhosted short-term rentals here. When the petition passes, I will be applying for an LCP. A couple thoughts on this issue. The Airbnb next to me rents for $550 to $600 a night, and this reduces access to affordable opportunities in the coastal areas. STRs also worsen the housing crisis in Long Beach as they take inventory off the market. Recently, I have experienced issues where guests are flinging their cigarette butts into the street, which drains into our waterways, and guests brings their dogs and walks them off leash and allows them to relieve themselves on the sand or at the water line. When this issue reaches the zoning administrator, please support the majority of homeowners in this urban residential area who will demonstrate that they don't agree with STRs in this coastal community. It has caused a number of issues and degraded my quality of life in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stevana Evans, followed by Tony Alexander, and then Will Sangmeister.
Good morning, esteemed members of the California Coastal Commission. My name is Stevana Evans, and I'm here to address the urgent need for the Magnolia Tank Farm project to be swiftly placed on the agenda for consideration. This project is not just another development proposal. It represents a crucial opportunity for Orange County and specifically Huntington Beach to make significant strides towards meeting the state-mandated regional housing needs allocation goals. With a commitment of providing 20% of its housing units to extremely very low income families as well as local hotel workers, the Magnolia Tank Farm project aligns perfectly with the imperative to address housing affordability and accessibility to our community. The inclusion of these affordable housing units will undoubtedly have a transformative impact, offering stability and opportunity to those who need it most. Furthermore, the addition of 250 housing units through this project is not merely a numerical increase, but a tangible step towards addressing the housing crisis that has gripped our region. These units represent more than just structures. They represent homes where families can thrive, where workers can live near their workplace, and where the fabric of our community can strengthen. In light of these compelling reasons, I urge the Commission to prioritize the inclusion of the Magnolia Tank Farm project on the agenda for prompt review and approval. Let us seize the opportunity to make a meaningful difference in the lives of countless individuals and families who are in desperate need of affordable housing options. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Tony Alexander.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Tony Alexander. I play a couple of roles. I am a community college trustee, but I'm also working as an organizer with Groundswell, which deals with water justice and housing. I am hopeful that the California Coastal Commission will see the Magnolia Tank Farm local project as a positive development. The Magnolia Tank Farm far exceeds all state and local requirements and creates an expanded wetlands habitational buffer and maintenance funding for wetlands restoration for decades to come. Prioritizing this for the Commission agenda in the next couple of months should be at the top of the list. The Magnolia Tank Farm has also worked collaboratively with diverse communities and stakeholders and is widely supported by labor unions, civil rights leaders, individual churches, and social justice advocates who all see the great need for access to the coastal and affordable housing for working families in Orange County. So we encourage the Commission to go ahead and put this on the agenda and support this, the Magnolia Tank Farm. Thank you very much and have a very good day.
Thank you. We have 3 more speakers, and then I'm going to call a number of those that I'm unable to locate in the Zoom, if that's okay. Next is Will Sangmeister, followed by Justin Bradshaw, and then Roger Pugliese. Go ahead, Will.
Good morning, and thank you for letting me speak today. I'm speaking in opposition to the cancellation of the annual Big Bang on the Bay hosted by the Boys and Girls Club on Alamitos Bay in Long Beach. Commissioners, do you hate charity? Because the cancellation of this event will result in the loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars raised for the Boys and Girls Club. Now, the claim of the Coastal Commission is that the Boys and Girls Club submitted their permit application late. I've obtained what is believed to be the email chain between the Coastal Commission and the Boys and Girls Club from LB40 News, an independent blog. and nowhere in the chain does the Coastal Commission mention a definite deadline or show any sense of urgency for the Boys and Girls Club to finish their application. If a deadline was never mentioned, why then would the Boys and Girls Club not receive an extension? They had never had to fill out any of the applications before, as they used to be handled by John Morris of the Boathouse, and even when they were told their applications were incomplete, they were told that it wasn't a big deal, and they simply had to submit an incomplete letter as told to them by someone by the name of Jeff within the Coastal Commission. If your worry is the environmental impact, the 2023 lawsuit proved that it had a negligible impact on the environment and wildlife. In addition, people such as Ann Cantrell and Anna Christensen make up a very small minority of community members who oppose the event. The vast majority of community members here want to watch the fireworks and donate to the Boys and Girls Club. It's simple. The funding is there, the fireworks have been bought, and residents in the community have planned for this event for months now. There is no reason that this event should not be held on the regularly scheduled date of July 3rd. Thank you.
Justin Bradshaw, and then Roger Pugliese. Justin, you should be able to unmute and begin.
Hello, good morning, commissioners. My name is Justin Bradshaw, and like many residents, I feel blessed to live here. Sorry I couldn't make it in person. As a triathlete and member of the Morro Bay Yacht Club, I get outside to sail, kayak, hike, bike, and swim more than most, so I take potential changes to our environment seriously. I'm here on behalf of the Slow Climate Coalition and a group of local environmental organizations who've looked deeply into offshore wind and concluded that the contribution of this project to our ambitious statewide goal of 148 gigawatts of clean power vastly outweigh the potential harms, and that those harms are overblown by opponents you've heard from today. Wind energy is, of course, clean, renewable, and according to Lazard's levelized cost of energy analysis, it's often the least expensive energy source. Our site has the perfect combination of reliable wind patterns, a local connection to the grid, and a grid battery that will replace the ugly smokestacks. The opponents of this project have to decide. Either they truly want to ensure a future with a beautiful, livable coast for humans, birds, and marine wildlife, which means they'd be in favor of clean energy production that helps stave off devastating global warming, or they're just NIMBYs who think that it's just not the right location and are cynically using misinformation and fear to confuse the public. Thankfully, as commissioners, you are familiar with the best science and the urgency of the climate crisis, so I know you will make the evidence-based decision to approve the site surveys and eventually the many gigawatts of clean, cheap power derived directly from nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to call, we have 8 names of folks that I'm not able to currently locate in the Zoom, so I'm just going to lower all hands. And if you hear your name, please raise your hand in the Zoom or approach the podium if you're here in the room. Lauren Siegel, William Kellogg, Glenn Rogers, Wayman Baker, Lydia Ponce, Marcy Snyder, Daryl Gale. I'm not seeing anyone in the Zoom. So that would conclude public comment.
We're going to go on to Vandenberg then, if the commission is good with that. We'll continue on.
Great. We have Janelle Osborne, Colonel Mark Shoemaker, and Eric Greening. Looks like are in person. If they're here.
I don't believe the Space Force staff are here in person.
Okay. Then we will move on to, do we have Eric Greening? Please turn the speaker on, sir. The mic, sorry. Just the button. The
It's
button
at
on
the bottom. There.
There you go.
Okay,
You got it.
now. And this is a concern. You've got good grip on local effects. I'm concerned with global effects. I urge you, when you have a wired connection, to go online and look in lowercase AR, uppercase X, lowercase IV under physics for a paper by S. Solter Hunt, SOLTER-HUNT, entitled Potential Perturbation of the Ionosphere by Mega Constellations and Corresponding Artificial Reentry Plasma Dust. The damage can include disturbance of the electric balance of the ionosphere and toxic exposures to life anywhere and everywhere on Earth. The endless expansion of emissive artificial satellites in low Earth decaying orbits represents an uncontrolled experiment, literally uncontrolled, as there is no separate comparable planet Earth that is not undergoing this disturbance compared to which ongoing changes can be measured. No potentially damaging technology that we have always happily done without should be foisted on us without rigorously examining the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mandy Sackett, followed by Crystal Barajas, and then Leslie Purcell. Mandy? Mandy, if you can hear me, I see that you're unmuted.
Hi, I'm actually going to reserve my comments for Friday morning. Sorry about that.
Okay. Crystal Barajas, you should be able to unmute. See that your hand is raised.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Chris Barajas. I'm representing Heal the Bay, a nonprofit organization based on Gabrielino, Tongva, and Chumash land, also known as Los Angeles. I'm the Senior Community Science and Outreach Coordinator at Heal the Bay, and I strongly support the Commission's staff recommendation to object the consistency determination. There's just a tremendous amount of lack of information lacking from the Department of the Air Force. Firstly is the lack of necessary information from the DAF to support the claim that SpaceX's proposed project qualifies as a federal agency activity. As highlighted in the staff report, Space Force must demonstrate that SpaceX is conducting all its launch and landing activities on behalf of Space Force. This has not been established, as the majority of SpaceX launches are for commercial purposes, specifically cellular satellite launches into orbit. Staff review and contract investigations indicate that SpaceX assumes all liability and costs associated with its launch services, therefore proving that the proposed launches are not federal activities. There's also lots of critical information missing regarding sonic booms, marine mammal monitoring, and list goes on that's in the staff report. There will be an increase in launches that results in more closed beaches, would be a violation of the Coastal Act. Given the significant information gaps from the DAF and our concerns regarding the proposed project, I urge the Commission to object the consistency determination. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leslie Purcell, followed by Nina Beatty, and then we just have, again, a few more people that I'm unable to locate in the Zoom. Leslie?
Can you hear me? No.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to appreciate the staff's work on this issue and the report and all the concerns that they raised. And I feel that it was very valuable. And I also believe there's still kind of a question between the state versus the federal jurisdiction. And that's something that can be looked into a little bit more. So thank you again to the staff for all their work.
Thank you. Nina Beatty, I see that you're in on a phone.
Yes,
Please begin.
This is Nina Beatty. This is Nina Beatty from Monterey. This is not consistent with the Coastal Act and with the rules that the Coastal Commission is governed by. Elon Musk, SpaceX, and Vandenberg rocket and satellite activities and pollution cause climate change and global warming in the coastal zone. Rockets inject black soot, water vapor, and aluminum into the stratosphere, and deorbiting puts burnup particles there. This lasts years, trapping Earth's heat in a growing blanket, preventing heat from venting into space, and the aluminum reflects back the EMF and microwave radiation, creating hot spots. The aluminum falls out in the soil, worsening forest flammability. Last year, unintended electromagnetic radiation from SpaceX equipment in orbit was discovered, which some experts warn can disrupt the ionosphere, the magnetosphere, and Earth's natural electrical circuit, destabilizing climate, causing violent weather and lightning. A new paper by Martin Paul states that EMF can exacerbate or even increase wildfires by increasing terpene production in plants. SpaceX is harming the ocean, the coastal lands, and us. It's destroying the ozone layer, its sonic booms and noise, its pollution damage. It disrespects the Earth. I made 2 presentations last year on Boca Chica damage. By June of last year, Elon Musk, with Space Force knowledge, violated launch limits of 6 per year by launching 11 by May and scheduling a 12th launch 5 days after your hearing. This information was widely available on launch websites. SpaceX was also unlawfully presented to the Commission in June.
That's your time, Nina.
And not listed on the agenda.
Thank you. We have 4 speakers that I'm unable to locate, so I'll call your names, and if you hear them, please raise your hand or approach the podium. Jennifer M., Ryan Dunn, Anna Citrin, Leslie Weinstock. Okay, seeing nothing in the Zoom, Madam Chair.
Thanks so much, and thanks to everybody operating the Zoom and the internet. I'm sorry it's so difficult, and thank you so much for the incredible repair that you did. Seems to be working great now. You guys are awesome. All right, we're going to turn now to the ED report. Director Huckelbridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners.
Oh, sorry, I am skipping along here. Let me turn to the commission, ask if there are any comments on any of the public comment or questions. Commissioner Uranga.
Yeah, I'd like to, if Mayor and staff can do a little brief report on the Bang on the Bay in Long Beach. We had a few comments on that. I just want to, first of all, just say that there was an effort made to make it happen, but it just couldn't occur. So if staff can elaborate on that, very much appreciated.
Thank you. I'd be happy to provide some additional information. So we did receive an application for a fireworks show, private event called the Big Bang, but that application did simply come in too late in the process after staff reports have been finalized for our June hearing to make it to this hearing. But there is quite a bit of history, which I'd just like to note, particularly at our last year's May hearing, we had this same event on the agenda. At that time, the commission directed staff and the applicant to work together for the next work show to submit their application early and to ensure that that application included a full alternatives analysis of a non-firework alternatives, including laser light shows and drone shows. So that didn't happen. We didn't receive the application by January. Alarm bells went off on our side, and our staff reached out to the applicant, Mr. Morris. We reached out to him multiple times. He indicated that he did intend to submit his application, but had not done so yet. In February, we still had not received the application from Mr. Morris, so our staff again reached out to Mr. Morris and asked him if he still intended to submit his application. If so, time was short, and it was incumbent on him to submit that application as soon as possible. Mr. Morris responded that he intended to do so no later than March. We did not receive any application in March, and in fact, he went radio silent at that point. We didn't hear from the applicant again until May, and it wasn't Mr. Morris who reached out to us, it was the Boys and Girls Club in May. We informed them that it was already likely too late for us to process an application. We didn't receive an application from them until May 15th, middle of the month, and that was simply too late as our staff reports had already been completed. And too late and there was no alternatives analysis. That was more of a bare bones application. So we're still reviewing that application for completeness pursuant to our deadlines, but we have been in constant communication with the Boys and Girls Club to let them know that the most important element in order for them to have a complete application is the alternatives analysis. So they're aware of that. We have been working very closely with the Boys and Girls Club to reschedule a show to September of this year. So they have revised their application to do just that, and we will be working with them to get that additional information. I would just also note that because this has been a very public and controversial issue, we have been working very closely with the city manager, the city staff, members of the press in order to make this story clear on how this happened. We think this was a very unfortunate situation where Mr. Morris simply didn't make it clear to the Boys and Girls Club how significant the issues were and that the commission asked be addressed at last year's hearing. and that staff had reached out multiple times asking Mr. Morris to submit this application much earlier in the year in order to avoid exactly this sort of situation. So we'd just like to note, this is an extremely unfortunate event. And of course, our staff and the commission have supported the Boys and Girls Club many times in the past. We have, just note, directed in lieu fees for many public access and recreational or projects that had impacts to public access and recreational facilities to the Boys and Girls Club in the past. So we're hoping that we can work together and bring that application to you by our August hearing so that they can go forward with a September show that may include, if not fireworks, then some alternative. But that would be based on, our recommendation will be based on the materials they submit and the analysis that we'll still need to do.
Also, can you also follow up with the fact that there is no other remedy to make this an emergency application to make it happen on July 4th?
Of course. So we did look at what were the other potential alternatives to try to make a July 3rd show happen. It doesn't meet the criteria for an emergency permit. The commission's definition of an emergency is quite clear. It's a danger to life or property that wouldn't have time to go through the regular permit process. We did reach out to the Boys and Girls Club and mention that there could be ways that they could revise their show so that the event would be exempt. The underlying event, which is the fundraiser put on by the restaurant closing off the public areas, that event could be determined to be exempt. We also offer that use of alternatives to fireworks, such as a drone show or laser light show in conjunction with that event, could also be exempt from the requirement to obtain a coastal development permit. So they were aware of those other options, aware to them. There were no other ways in order to permit this before the July 3rd show.
Very thorough, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hudson. Commissioner Cummings? That was your question. Yes, any other commissioners? All right, in that case, we'll close public comment and move on to statewide matters with the executive director's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, commissioners, members of the public. My published executive director report can be found on the commission's website, but I will spend a few minutes going over several of the items.
No, Dr. Huckleberg, it's kind of hard to hear you.
Okay, let me adjust. Is that better?
The mics, you have to be pretty, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
Thanks.
I'm just gonna take a bite out of this microphone. Okay, with help from Vanessa. First up, I'd like to report on several important workshops and task force meetings that your staff attended this past month. So on April 8th and May 9th, our staff attended and helped organize the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, or SONGS, Mitigation Project public workshops to report on the current progress of Wheeler North Artificial Reef and the San Diego Wetland Mitigation Project. These annual workshops are a joint effort between the independent scientists at UC Santa Barbara, a science advisory panel, Southern California Edison, and Coastal Commission. Second, the Coastal Commission's coastal engineer, Jeremy Smith, participated in a technical advisory committee as part of an effort led by BCDC, the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, our sister agency in San Francisco Bay, to study the potential effects of sand mining in San Francisco Bay. As required by BCDC permits for sand mining in Central and Sassoon Bay in 2015, the study on the bay's sand budget, transport patterns, provenance, and potential effects of mining are now complete. The BCDC selected independent science panel has reviewed the studies, deliberated on them, and made findings regarding this new information and the potential effects of mining on this part of the bay sediment system. The report informs management questions crafted by the Technical Advisory Committee, including questions, importantly, around the potential for sand mining in San Francisco Bay to impact beaches on the open coast. The findings will be presented by BCDC staff to their commission on Thursday, June 20th. On May 22nd, Coastal Commission ecologist Dr. Rachel Pausch attended a NOAA-sponsored workshop to discuss the current state of methods used to measure impacts to kelp and seagrasses on western Pacific coast. Dr. Pausch served on a panel to discuss regulatory successes and challenges in avoiding, minimizing, and compensating for impacts to kelp and seagrass systems. This workshop was meant to build a community of practice that will increase dialogue and transparency between regulatory agencies and permit applicants when considering projects located within marine habitats. So next up, on May 23rd, 2024, Commission staff attended the ribbon cutting ceremony for Caltrans State Route 56, an Interstate 5 bike trail connection in Carmel Valley, a 1.2-mile bike and pedestrian path under I-5 and State Route 56. Coastal Commissioner Paloma Aguirre spoke at the event, joining San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria, State Senator Catherine Blakespear, and members of the San Diego Bike Coalition. This improvement that approved by the commission in February 2022 completes an 8-mile connection between State Route 56 bicycle trail to the North Coast Bike Trail and Sorrento Valley Transit Station. This enhancement is also part of the sea-to-sea trail that will travel from the Salton Sea to the Pacific Ocean. The bike path extension was included as one of the many public access improvements in the North Coast Corridor Public Works Plan and Transportation Resource Enhancement Program approved by the commission in 2014. Next, on May 7th, and if we could bring up the staff PowerPoint presentation for my ED report. Billy, sorry to bother you. I did have a couple of fun pictures to show you all for this next item. On May 7th, our very own Linda Laughlin, the Commission's Coastal Access Program Manager, was honored for her 35 years of work to open new public access to the two Malibu beaches. The Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy and Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, led by their Executive Director, Joe Edmonston, pictured here, renamed Carbon Beach East Access Way to the Linda Laughlin Access Way. And so this picture shows Joe and Linda, and then also Jamie Jordan Patterson, who was also honored for her legal contributions that have protected public access and named the Carbon Beach West Access Way in her honor. If we could go to the next slide. A ceremony was held on the Malibu Pier celebrating these mighty defenders of the coast. And there's a pretty cool picture here of the Linda Laughlin Access Way sign. And I did want to thank Joe Edmonston and the MRCA for their ongoing partnership to protect and provide public access to and along the magnificent California coast, and for bestowing this honor on Linda, and of course, to extend our heartfelt congratulations to Linda. We've been so fortunate to have her on our staff for so many years, working really hard to open up public access in parts of the coast that have been hard to access. So just a huge shout out to Linda Laughlin for this incredible honor. And I look forward to going to see this access way when I'm in the area next. So maybe our next hearing in the area, we can take a little field trip to go see it. So I do have a couple of announcements from Public Ed. Over the last 2 weeks of May, Kid Oceans Day field trips took place in San Diego, Orange County, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Humboldt County. These trips were the culmination of programs that began with in-school workshops in which students gained an understanding of the benefits provided by healthy coastal ecosystems. The field trips then brought students to the beach to play and to participate in a cleanup or other restoration activity. At the end, the students used their bodies to create aerial art images, sending a message to the world. The theme for this year's campaign, Make Ripples, helped illustrate how one person's actions can have far-reaching effects, making positive change that will reverberate throughout our communities and planet. So our public ed staff created a short highlight reel. We're going to try it. It's on the next slide. And see if it works. If it doesn't, the link is included on the written staff report, and you can go check it out later. It's a cute little highlight reel from the Kids Ocean Day. So if we can go to the next slide and give it a try. Maybe while we're trying to get that up, I'll continue. Oh. I'm going to keep going, and then if it happens to work, well, I'll stop and we can watch the video. Oh, here it is. There it is. There is audio, of course. I mean, was there? Well, even without the audio, I think you can see the cool art that was made by the kids and kind of the process of what it looks like. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm so glad that worked. So again, it's such a really cool event that we do every year. And I want to thank our staff for their participation, but of course, all of our partners for organizing these really cool events and getting kids out to the beach and creating new coastal stewards to help keep our beaches open and clean for us all in the future. So on June 6th and 15th, Boating Clean and Green program staff will be conducting the last 2 dock walker trainings of 2024 for a total of 13 trainings this year. The purpose of the Dock Walker program, implemented in partnership with the Bay Foundation, is to inspire and educate boaters and other recreators to be safe and environmentally sound while boating in California. On June 20th, 2024, the Boating Clean and Green program and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Office of Oil Spill Prevention and Response will conduct a virtual oil spill response communication workshop for boating facilities to learn about California's oil spill response structure and lines of communication, oil spill response resources, and best practices. The Boating Clean and Green program is very busy this month, is partnering with Orange County to collect expired marine residents about marine flare management safety, including the advantages of reusable distress signals to protect California communities and the environment. The free event will take place Saturday, June 22nd, 9 to 1 in Newport Beach. So Madam Chair, as the last item on my executive director's report, I would like to turn it over to Holly Wire, a senior environmental scientist in the Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Unit, to provide an update on the offshore wind fishing working group. She's on Zoom. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hucklebridge. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, great. Dr. Hucklebridge mentioned, today I'll be providing a short update on the offshore wind and fisheries working group activities to date. This working group was
Okay, I think we have the wrong, there we go. Thank you.
This working group was established in response to
You could speak up just a bit louder. Be great. Thank you.
Sure. This working group was established in response to Condition 7C of the Commission's concurrences with the offshore wind lease sales and subsequent survey and site assessment activities in the wind energy areas offshore of Humboldt and San Luis Obispo counties. This working group was later codified and its tasks were refined by State Senate Bill 286, which was enacted into law in October of 2023. At a high level, the working group is tasked with developing a statewide strategy to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to fishing and fisheries from offshore wind development, with a focus on prioritizing fisheries productivity and long-term resilience. The working group has met 3 times, with the first meeting in December of 2023. We most recently held the 3rd meeting of the working group in person in Sacramento on May 20th through 21st. In its first 3 meetings, the working group has developed and adopted its charter, begun work on developing best practices for surveys and data collection, prepared a detailed outline that will become a template fishing agreement, begun discussions on protocols for communication, and begun discussions on developing a socioeconomic methodology to assess the monetary value of direct and indirect impacts to fisheries. The 4th working group meeting, which is approximately the halfway point in this process, is anticipated for October. The whole process has a total of 8 meetings with an estimated completion date in the 4th quarter of 2025. It's been a privilege to work with our working group members. They've approached this work with creative ideas, a willingness to learn from one another, and a shared vision of keeping fishermen fishing in California. For those that would like to track the working group process, we post meeting summaries and the working group roster on the offshore wind page on our website. The web page is called Offshore Wind, and it can be found under the Learn heading at the top of the homepage. Finally, consistent with the requirements of SB 286, once the working group completes the strategy, the Commission will have the opportunity to review, modify if necessary, and adopt the completed statewide strategy at a future meeting. SB 286 requires that the Commission adopt the strategy no later than May 1st, 2026. Thank you for your attention. This concludes my update.
Thank you, Holly. And last, I actually would like to turn it over to Louise Warren for a quick few words.
Thank you, Dr. Hucklebridge. Just wanted to let you all know that this is Mitchell Rich's last meeting advising the commission. Fortunately for the state, Mitch is not going far. He's still going to be with the Attorney General's office. He's going to be working in their environment section, but it is his last meeting advising the commission in person.
So I wanted to take a quick minute to thank Mitch for what I believe is the 16 years that he's represented the Coastal Commission in a wide variety of litigation. He is a fierce advocate, and many times, I've been very grateful to Mitch for his calm demeanor and his representation and advocacy, especially when he is dealing with particularly difficult opposing counsel, which he has had to do on our behalf a number of times. And Mitch has been coming to advise the commission in person for, we think it's 9 years. I was trying to figure that out. So almost a decade. We will miss him, his expertise, his experience and presence. So thank you, Mitch, and best wishes with your next assignment.
And I would like to add a quick thank you to Mitch and just let the commission know, he did confirm to me, it's not our fault he's leaving and going to the Environment Group. And we are in fact his favorite client.
If I could just say, so,
Thanks so much.
thank you.
What else would you like?
Well, that was unexpected, but thank you, Louise. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been really the highlight of my career. I am so honored to have worked with everyone here and with staff and to work on the very important matters to protect our coast. It's really been just a wonderful experience. And so I'm going to miss everyone, but I will not be far. I won't even be changing offices. I'm going to be continuing to do environmental work, but just in a different capacity for the Attorney General's office. So thank you very much, and I'll miss everyone.
Thank you so much, Mitch, for all of your work on behalf of all of us and your incredible dedication to the work of this commission and defending us in all the ways you have. Thank you very much, and we'll miss you. All right, does that conclude the ED report?
Yes.
All right, then I'll open it for public comment, ask if there's any members of the public that have any comments on the ED report.
We have 2 speakers identified as in person to speak on the ED report, Mandy Davis and Tom Hafer.
All right, if you could come up, if you're here.
I'm a little sleepier than I was earlier.
You need to restate your name.
My name is Mandy Davis, and I'm president of React Alliance. There are very few things that render me incapable of speaking, and the 7C issue is really one of them. Thank God I can still say something. What has been very clear to me is that pursuant to AB 286, the 7C working group is really what they are coming up with as far as monitoring, as far as many of the issues that they're supposed to be addressing, is crucial to the beginning of the surveying. And what has rendered me almost speechless is the fact that the surveying has already started without this working group having come to their conclusions and making their recommendations. It's kind of sort of a snowman's chance in hell that we're going to get the surveys that are going on right now stopped. But what we are asking is that any other surveys in the future, including the current CDP that is on the table right now, that be tabled until the 7C working group has addressed the issues of monitoring, of enforcement, of many of the things that we are looking at as far as violation of Endangered Species Act, etc. So do not go forward with that CDP, and take a look at what the 7C group is doing, and don't violate the intention of AB 286. Thank you.
Tom Hafer.
Commissioners, Tom Hafer, president of the Morro Bay Fishing Organization. I just want to thank you right off the bat for okaying our fishery signs on the boardwalk down in Morro Bay. If you guys haven't seen them, something to look at. It explains all the different fisheries in Morro Bay. Thanks for that. 7C working group. You know, I'm not on it. I probably should have been on it. I don't know why I wasn't on it. I've been most involved in this since 2015. We had an agreement with 3 different wind companies. They didn't get the bids. It laid out everything that needs to be done they're not doing right now. It was monitoring, impacts, for some reason, Kate, I worked with her. 2018, they were coming to town and having meetings. She knew we had an agreement. She told us to get a charter together. She told me to get bylaws situated to vote a board in. That's what we did. We registered with the state. The wind companies that have the leases right now didn't like it. Well, you know what? That's what 200 fishermen voted on in this area, both Avalon and Morro Bay, and the community liked it. I don't know why the commission, Boehm, didn't push it a little harder. It was 8 years in the making.
Thanks so much for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public speakers for ED report.
That concludes the speakers?
Correct.
All right, bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Rice?
Yeah, thank you. Kate, could you just explain to me and maybe the other commissioners and the public would appreciate as well. So the sort of the relationship between and also the commission staff involvement in the fisheries working group, the 286 driven working group, and then the larger sort of multi-agency task force work that was, I want to say it was called RIAD or something like that when it's RIAD, right? Just so how those two play with each other, and then just a reminder for me and maybe for all of us as to staff's continuing role in these various multi-agency working groups that are looking at offshore wind.
Sure, I can do a little bit and then please follow up with questions if I don't answer specifically. But just to start off, the 7C working group is what it's sort of known as. It's the Offshore Wind Fishing Working Group. Started as a condition to the CD that this commission concurred with in 2022. So that was an agreement between BOEM and the commission to put together that working group. And that's where it originated. It was then a lot of that was taken into 286 and codified under state law to some of that process and kind of expanded a little bit in certain ways. So but the original idea for it came out of that 7C working group. So we're pursuing that working group. We've kicked it off. And as you heard from Holly, I've had 3 meetings so far. There's a whole set of charges that group has to work through, and that includes as what you heard Holly mention. So, template agreements and discussions around how to economic analysis for impacts, both direct and indirect, to the fishing fleet and just generally to the fishing community. So that's, I think that's in process. That will be hopefully concluded by the end of next year. So then there is a coalition of agencies that work together on offshore wind. It doesn't have a name, but it's basically all the agencies that are involved, and Deputy Secretary Eckerly is very involved in that one as well. And that has been ongoing for several years now. And that is a group that's gotten together to work on the strategic plan and kind of work through generally issues that come up related to offshore wind. So that's ongoing. I don't see it, that's going to be a partnership that will continue as long as offshore wind continues in California. And then so you mentioned the REACT Alliance, I think, which is a separate nonprofit group that there are many members that were here this morning. You meant the first one. So there is, so it doesn't have a name, but it is a coalition that's been built over many years of all the relevant agencies related to offshore wind.
So the 7Cs working group is embedded in the strategic plan, sort of that.
It's mentioned in the strategic plan in terms of working through impacts to fisheries and to fishing. Yes.
Right. And then as far as the strategic plan goes, and I have taken a brief look at it.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you see? So as a commission and our eyes on that and role in that, just at a real high level, do you want to speak to
Sure. We specifically were focused on particular sections. There's a marine, I'm going to not get the names right because I'm going to think about it in terms of coastal policies, but there's like a marine resources section that talks about impacts to marine species and habitats. We worked pretty extensively on that, and that section drew a lot from the CD and all the work that our staff put into looking at those impacts as we understand them right now. We also worked a little bit on the fishing section, and then I think and then there's a section on permitting and regulatory that we also worked on. So we contributed to those sections, some more than others. The marine resource section probably more than others, but it was a group effort, and it was ultimately sort of led and kind of pulled us all together from the Energy Commission.
Okay, thank you. And then one last question. What's the next thing and timeline for what comes to us next regarding offshore wind generally, whether here in Morro Bay or elsewhere?
Right. So the next item that will come in front of you is next month. We will be having a hearing on the CDP from Equinor to do survey activities in state waters. As you'll recall, that was on last month's agenda as a waiver. It got pulled, and it's now coming back as a CDP next month. So that will be the most immediate. Further than that, there's likely, we have been working with BOEM through reviewing other plans for survey activities that may or may not come to you. It just depends on what's being proposed by the various companies. If it's within the confines of what was reviewed under the CD, then there's no further action needed by the commission. If it goes outside that, it will need to come back for commission review. So as I said, we're working through that right now for various companies, but those aren't completed.
Thank you.
All right. Are there additional questions, Commissioner Eckerly?
Thank you so much, Chair. If I may just add a little bit more on what's happening with offshore wind. First, on the fishing working group, I just want to thank Director Hucklebridge and Holly and all of the fishermen and other agency partners who are working on that effort. It's really important. The Ocean Protection Council last week just approved additional funding to support fishermen participation in that work. So it really is a key component to what we're doing to address impacts to fisheries in the state. A quick update on the strategic plan for offshore wind. We anticipate that will be at an upcoming business meeting of the Energy Commission, potentially at the end of this month or early next month. And there'll be a draft out for review and a summary of the changes from draft to final. I will also add that from Ocean Protection Council's perspective, and the Commission and State Lands Commission, there's funding proposed in the budget this year to support offshore wind activities, and that includes permitting, planning efforts by this commission and state lands, and funding for the Ocean Protection Council to help start implementing a comprehensive environmental monitoring and research program. And we are working very closely with Coastal Commission staff and others to figure out kind of what the scope and the range of that, and that is building on an investment that OPC made a couple of years ago to create an environmental monitoring guidance. So I just know that all of these pieces are happening. We are happy to continue to update the commission wherever and however is appropriate.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioner questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item C, the ledge report. Ms. Christie?
That'll be
I'm
me
sorry, where
today,
is that
Chair Hart.
coming from? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, Sean Drake will be
No,
doing,
sorry, sir.
will be doing the legislative report, and we're done with public comment for the executive director report.
Sir? Okay, thank you very much.
Sean, go ahead.
Thank you, Executive Director. Good morning, Chair Hart and Commissioners. This is the legislative report for June. Staff isn't bringing any bills to you today to consider for a position, so I'll move right into an update on the legislative session. The legislature is in the thick of finalizing the state budget for the coming fiscal year. The deadline for the legislature to pass the budget bill is June 15th, which is this Saturday, and the budget committees have been holding hearings in the run-up to this deadline. Last Saturday, the twin budget bills went into print. Those are AB and SB 107. Consistent with the governor's proposed revisions in May, the current budget proposal would impose a 7.95% cut on all state agency general fund expenditures, including the commissions. This cut is intended to help address the current state budget deficit. The current budget proposal also contains several augmentations to the commission's budget in order to support implementation of 3 pieces of legislation from last year. These include $6.8 million to fund the commission's offshore wind planning and permitting responsibilities, codified in SB 286 by Senate Pro Tem Mike McGuire, which Commissioner Eckerly alluded to just a moment ago, $2.1 million to fund sea level rise planning and related LCP amendments required by SB 272 by Senator John Laird, and $200,000 to support the commission's coordination with local governments to implement the streamlined permitting process for multifamily housing projects established by SB 423 by Senator Scott Wiener. Staff will provide future updates as any changes to the budget bill are made or as any budget trailer bills relevant to the commission are introduced. On to the policy bills. We've passed the halfway point in the legislative process. May 24th was the deadline for bills to pass out of their house of origin. Bills that did are beginning to make their way through policy committees in the second house. Bills that did not meet that May 24th deadline. 8 bills the commission has taken position on moved into their second house. Also, nearly all of the 7 bills which would either amend the Coastal Act or create exemptions to the Act and other codes moved into the second house. The one exception is AB 3192 by Assemblymember Maritsuchi, which would have required the Coastal Commission to impose specific permit requirements on major coastal resorts and then regularly audit their compliance. That bill was held in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. There are a number of other updates on the Commission's priority bills. I'll start with AB 2939 by Assembly Speaker Emeritus Anthony Rendon, which the Commission has a support position on. That bill would require local governments to treat use of local parks and beaches by nonprofit and tribal groups in the same manner as general public use. That bill was amended in the Senate Local Government Committee to add language allowing a local government to still impose requirements on how nonprofit and tribal groups access local parks, provided those requirements are necessary to protect natural resources, maximize public access, or address an issue of legal liability. These amendments are intended to preserve the ability of local governments to shape how organizational access occurs in local parks while still increasing nonprofit and tribal access to local park lands. Moving into Senate bills, all 3 bills that by Senator Catherine Blake Spear that the Commission has taken a position on were amended in the past month. I'll begin with SB 689, which the Commission supports. That bill would streamline the Commission's process for approving coastal development permits and LCP amendments for projects that would convert a vehicle lane on a roadway into a dedicated bike lane. The bill was amended last week to also include conversions of a vehicle lane into a dedicated transit lane or a pedestrian walkway. The bill will be heard in the Assembly Transportation Committee on July 1st. Moving on to SB 1077 by Senator Blake Spear, which would require the Commission to provide guidance to local governments on how to amend their LCPs to facilitate the permitting of ADUs. That bill was amended on the Senate floor to require the Commission to coordinate with HCD in developing the guidance required by the bill, and also to publicly release a draft of the guidance and to hold at least one public workshop to gather feedback on that draft. Staff has no concerns with these amendments, as they're aimed at making sure that the ADU guidance required by the bill is as helpful as possible for local governments. That bill will be heard in the Assembly Natural Resources Committee next Monday. The third Blake Spear bill is SB 1092, which the Commission supports. That bill would require the Commission to prepare a report on the frequency and the timing of appeals of local CDPs for multifamily housing projects in urban areas. The bill was amended to, 1, increase the scope of the report to look at all CDP appeals, not just appeals of multifamily housing projects in urban areas, and 2, to shift the timing of the report to look at the last 4 years of appeals from 2021 to 2024, rather than the next 4 years of appeals from 2025 to 2028. These changes will increase the utility of the report by having the Commission evaluate appeals of all types of projects, not just housing projects, and will also allow the Commission to complete the report several years sooner than previously envisioned. That bill is also up in the Assembly Natural Resources Committee on Monday. Moving on to SB 951 by Senator Weiner. That bill received minor amendments last week. The amendments add clarifying detail to the nature of the LCP amendments that local governments in the coastal zone would be required to complete as a part of updating their housing elements. That bill too is up in Assembly Natural Resources on Monday. SB 1234 by Senator Ben Allen was substantially amended this past Monday. As introduced, that bill would have established a process by which a local government could adopt the Commission's suggested mods for an LCP amendment ministerially. Senator Allen has elected to rewrite the bill entirely to deal with a totally separate issue related to sheet metal recycling. And finally, AB 2560 by Assemblymember Alvarez has been referred to policy committees in the Senate. That bill would exempt density bonus law projects in most parts of the coastal zone from needing to comply with LCP or Coastal Act policies, and the Commission has an opposed position. The bill will be heard on June 18th in the Senate Housing Committee, and pending passage out of that committee will be heard in the Senate Natural Resources and Water Committee on June 25th. From there, it would go to the Senate Appropriations Committee. Staff met with the author's office on Monday to affirm the Commission's desire to find a mutually agreeable set of amendments and to provide information on how the current language of the bill would likely create new unintended challenges for how density bonus law is implemented in the coastal zone. In next legislative report, staff will provide an update on the movement of these bills through their second house. And with that, Chair Hart, unless there are any questions, that concludes the legislative report.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate all your work up in Sacramento on all of these bills. Very interesting about the Allen bill. So I assume now it has nothing to do with the Coastal Commission. Is that the situation?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. All right. So is there any public comment on the ledge report?
Yes, we have 3 speakers signed up.
All right.
Laura Walsh, followed by Don Schmitz, and then Robin Rudisil on Zoom.
Hi, good morning. Laura Walsh with the Surfrider Foundation. Earlier this year in the state legislature, Surfrider launched a campaign to defend the Coastal Act, and we have one remaining bill we're really concerned about. The Coastal Commission also has an opposed position on AB 2560. Our message to the legislature on this bill is that density bonus law can be harmonized with the Coastal Act by requiring local coastal program updates to incorporate DBL, and that's been done in the San Diego and Santa Cruz LCP updates. This type of exemption that is currently being proposed in the bill is very damaging to the Coastal Act and sends the message that we can't have both affordable housing and coastal resource protections in California, which is just not true. I also want to comment on AB 107, the budget bill. Currently, the bill largely retains the proposal from the May revise by proposing to reduce departmental cuts with a flat 7.98% cut. This policy approach to budgets is akin to a regressive tax. It will affect groups with the least resilience to deal with the cuts. The Coastal Commission specifically will face up to a 13% budget cut since 2020. This is obviously concerning given the dramatically expanded workload that can be expected, especially to address offshore wind. So Surfrider and other NGOs are out there advocating for a more nuanced policy approach to the budget. Thank you.
Don Schmitz.
I was out talking to Mr. Hudson. Have you done the report in regards to Carlsbad? Because that's what I put in the speaker slip for.
This is for public comment on the ledge report.
Do you mean the Sandag item?
Not-
Sandag.
not yet.
Yeah, and I put in a speaker slip for Vandenberg, which has come and gone. So I'll just, I'll come back up when you do the Sandag report.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks very much, Mr. Schmidt.
Okay, we're going to go to Robin Rudisil on Zoom.
Hi, good morning. Madam Chair, I prepared a 3-minute briefing. Is that possible? This is on AB 2560, Insights from the Field.
Sure.
Thank you. This is Robin Rudisil from Venice. I want to share some insights that I've gained in going through a lot of the details for these projects. There's really no comparing AB 2560 to SB 423. SB 423 is only effective if the local government does not build half of its housing element commitment halfway through the cycle, which might not even happen. But if it does, this sort of emergency situation takes effect. AB 2560 would be effective immediately and continually. SB 423 is based on existing objective development standards stemming from the Coastal Act and is a streamlining bill. AB 2560 does not provide for clear objective development standards. The Assembly committees failed to make clear the true nature of the density bonus law. We must fix that for the Senate. I have a lot of experience with this on projects outside of the coastal zone. The density bonus law is the anything goes law. A developer can ask for anything they want in terms of a modification or a waiver of development standards. And if the local government questions it, they have to prove the applicant doesn't need the waiver. And it's impossible to do that as they don't have access to the pro formas and detailed financial analysis. Or they can claim adverse impacts to health and welfare, also almost impossible to prove. Thus, developers can ask for a modification or waiver of any development standard and get it, the anything goes law. Also, density bonus projects cause the rents for affordable units to increase faster as the disparity in the relationship between market rate units and affordable units grows. It's important to know the maximum rent a landlord can charge for these covenanted affordable units is based on a percentage of area median rent amounts. For example, for a one-bedroom unit at the very low income level, the 2023 chart says they can charge rent at 50% of the area median rent, or $925 per month. That's an 11% increase over the prior year and a 50% increase over 6 years ago. Obviously, it's increasing too fast. If developers are building density bonus projects, which are predominantly market rate, for example, 90% market, 10% affordable, as multiple density bonus projects are built in an area, the area median rents will get higher and higher, faster and faster, because there are so many more market rate units. In other words, the density bonus law allows developers to set aside a little bit of affordable housing in exchange for gradually gentrifying an area by causing the affordable housing rents to become less and less affordable. Going from almost 50 years of coastal protection to the density bonus law rules is unthinkable. It defeats the reason for the Coastal Act and would truly result in a development free-for-all. A change so drastic as allowing density bonus regulations to override Coastal Act clearly violates the spirit and letter of the coastal law, which would be a violation of the state constitution. The legislature doesn't have the authority to override the purpose of the Coastal Act, which was created by the people for the express purpose of preventing overdevelopment and harm to coastal resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Rudisill. Any other speakers?
No, that's all.
All right, returning to the commission, ask if there's any comments. Okay, Commissioner Cummings.
I just want to thank staff for the update on that. And just, being a community where we were able to harmonize our LCP with density bonus law, it seems like maybe other communities could benefit from that guidance and working with the commission rather than trying to override the Coastal Act policies. And so just wanted to put that out there as we're having these discussions that, I know some of the other bills we're talking about providing guidance, and maybe that's something that the communities would benefit from rather than just because we have housing that's being built, we have density bonus projects that are being built, and we were able to figure out how to make it work with harmonizing that law with our LCP. And I think people should use that as a model before we go trying to change all these laws and really kind of strip the Coastal Act and the Coastal Commission of its authority around housing.
Thanks so much. I just have a comment. I want to align myself with the comment that was just made by Commissioner Cummings and just reiterate my desire, and I know it's shared by commissioners and staff, to find a way to work with the legislature on laws that truly address the need for affordable housing and workforce housing in the coastal zone. Unfortunately, with AB 2560, I think a previous commenter mentioned you can have maybe 10% if you're very lucky, more than that. So what happens in this particular instance, at least in my mind, is an increase in luxury, more large luxury condos and apartments on the coast, and less opportunity for affordable housing as that takes up more and more of what's left to be developed on the coast. That's why I'm so supportive of our opposed position on 2560. And at the same time, I very much look forward to working with the legislature after this session on some legislation that would truly move us in the right direction to accomplish the construction of affordable housing in the right place on the coast. So want to thank staff for all your work on that. And we'll move on now to item 6D, the meeting schedule.
That's right. And Billy, if you could pull back up the presentation, the last slide included a graphic of the meeting schedule. It was posted. There's an addendum for this item that I want to draw everybody's attention to. I'll walk through it really quickly. But this is the proposed schedule for 2025. Notably, the addendum, as you could, it's hard to read, but we had to move up the February hearing to the first week in February to avoid issues with deemed approvals between the December and the February hearing because we don't have a January hearing. So that's the only change, is just moving it up a week to avoid that problem. Thanks to General Counsel Warren for catching that. And just wanted to give you time to have any comments, and then looking for a motion and a vote on to approve the schedule.
All right, is there any public comment on this item? No. All right, bringing it to the commission. Any commissioner comments in response to the proposal? Yes. Commissioner Turnbull.
Yeah, yes. Quick question, Dr. Hucklebridge, when you mentioned moving up the February date, so it's listed in the report as 12th through 14th. So the addendum now is 5 to 7.
Correct.
And that's the only change.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make the motion. Commissioner Cummings, did you, Commissioner Bochco, you want to make the motion?
Move to approve the calendar.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. And I'm assuming now, since we don't have anyone on Zoom, we can have unanimous consent. All right, is there any opposition to unanimous consent? Seeing none, motion's adopted. All right, I know we haven't had a break except for the mandatory break. Just looked at, we had to just fix our tech.
Chair?
Yes.
I might suggest that we try to finish out the last item
Consent
under
item.
the ED report and do the presentation by Sandag, and then
Okay.
maybe break for lunch.
Okay, that sounds great. And then we'll move to consent after lunch. So let's go on with item E.
So then the next item is 6E, is a presentation by Sandag on the status of the Delmar Bluff Stabilization Project and efforts to relocate the rail off the bluff. And we were pleased to welcome Colleen Clemenston, the Interim Executive Director of Sandag, and Keith Greer, Deputy Director of Environmental Compliance and Climate, to provide this update. Welcome.
Thanks so much. And thanks for wading through all the public comment. Really appreciate it.
It's absolutely my pleasure. So I'm Colleen Clemenson. I'm currently the CEO at Sandag, and with me is my Deputy Planning Director, Keith Greer. We have a very brief presentation that we wanted to share with you all. First of all, we just want to say thank you so much for collaborating with us on some very important projects in the San Diego region that are aimed at addressing climate and access for all to our wonderful, amazing coastline. So one of the things, and I don't know who's clicking through slides, or do I?
Just say next slide. whenever
Okay,
you're ready.
next slide. So our focus really is on people and how we connect people in the San Diego region. Sandag is the metropolitan planning organization that brings together the 18 cities and the county. We work on the long-range transportation plan. One of the things that we're so proud of is the work that we've done in the North Coast corridor with you all, and that's something also that Dr. Hucklebridge brought up, the specific bikeway project. That's part of a whole network of projects, and I like to think of it as really a major complete streets project, because it's improvements on the roadway that include HOV lanes, it's straightening out and speeding up the rail corridor, and multiple bike and pedestrian connections that help make that connection to the coast. And this is all part of our vision in the San Diego region to address climate change, so that we have truly compelling options for people to not have to drive their vehicles. The other piece of all of this is that Sandag is unique as a metropolitan planning organization, that we not only do the planning, but we design, engineer, we actually build projects, deliver those projects, and then we provide a number of programs. And one of the programs we're very proud of right now is that we've been able to secure funding for free transit for youth 18 and under. And so we've seen many, many more youth using transit than ever before. So the next slide, just to talk about the importance of the North Coast Corridor. I mentioned the railway improvements. We're also, while we're working on getting the rail lines off the bluffs, where there's a lot of safety challenges there, we're working on stabilizing the bluffs as well. And we're so fortunate to have the amazing scientists from Scripps Institute also monitoring those bluffs for us. And we actually will show you a video of in real time where the dangers are, where the bluff is crumbling. So all the corridor improvements, we're also doing a lot of shoreline preservation work. We have a major beach sand project underway. Keith Greer is heading that up, and we're actually now doing better at coordinating with other Southern California cities so that we can even improve that coordination on beach sand replenishment. And then the last slide I'm going to go through before I turn it over to Keith is just the work that we are doing and the importance of the low sand corridor. So this is the corridor really we talk about from roughly downtown San Diego, up to Oceanside, on into Los Angeles, and ultimately up to San Luis Obispo. We're doing a tremendous amount of work to really address the needs in the rail corridor, not only for goods movement, but this is the second busiest passenger rail corridor in the entire nation. It's critical for economic development. This corridor also is where the military moves goods up and down from the bases and to the port of San Diego. And I know Commissioner Geary knows this very well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Keith to talk more about specifically what's happening with the bluffs and work that we have underway to actually get the rail line off the bluffs. Keith.
Thanks, Colleen. Next slide. So we want to give you an update on two projects that are important for protecting that rail line that's on top of the bluffs. So this is the area in Del Mar. If you're driving down the coast, you are on the rail, you see this beautiful view of from the ocean on top of the rail, but those bluffs are falling in the ocean, and the train that rides on top of the bluffs are being critically impacted. So today we're going to talk about the Del Mar Bluff Stabilization Project, which is the 5th project over the last 20 years to provide an interim stabilization of that bluffs, while we're getting ready to move the tracks off the bluffs into a different alignment, which is the second project I'll talk about today, which is the San Diego Low Sand Rail Realignment Project. And up here, we have 3 different alignments that we can talk about in a second. Next slide. So San Diego's been working with our colleagues at Scripps Institute of Oceanography. And this video, if it plays okay, is from Adam Young over there. And we've been looking at the different locations of the bluff and what's causing the erosion and how to fix it, or how temporarily fix it, I should say. So the area down here is being caused by 2 competing forces. One is the waves are coming up and cutting the bluff, the bottom of the bluff, causing the material on top to become overburdened and fall down. And on top of the bluff, you have water coming over and taking out the top of the bluff and eroding down to the tracks. So it's a double-edged sword there, and we're trying to actually deal with both of those. So what are we doing? Next slide. So actually, working with your commission staff, if you can get the next slide. Oh, you want to see that? So yeah, this video is great, but it's a little hungry for memory. So we can send it to the commissioners if you want it. It is a great location. Scripps provided it to us. Working with the commission staff in 2021 during the stabilization for 5, we actually had this head wall here that demonstrated how challenging it is. This is an area that we didn't think was that unstable. And on Friday, we met with the commission staff, and on Saturday, the waves undercut it and the whole thing went down. So it's a very dynamic situation. So working with your staff, we came up with an approach, next slide, to do 2 things. The commission has authorized a series of seawalls that are temporary at the bottom of the bluff. And those seawalls will help protect from the wave run up and storms from cutting the base of the bluff. The seawalls are steel post with timber. They all can be removed. So as soon as we can relocate that tract, we can cut those I-beams out, ground them down, and then the natural processes can continue. What you're hearing probably a lot is a lot of people aren't used to the amount of equipment it takes to put these seawalls in. So they're seeing a lot of calls to SANDAG, probably a lot of calls to commissioners about the work that's being done. The good news is this work will be completed in July 1st. The crews will be out of there, and the only thing left is to backfill them with some soil and plant on top of it. So we're hoping that that reduces the amount of calls you get. But starting in July, next slide, we're going to be working on top of the bluff. And what we do up there is like I mentioned, the erosion on top is creeping that erosion closer and closer to the tracks. So what we do up there, next slide, is what we've been doing the last 20 years. We're going to come in with a series of what they call soldier piles and lagging. which is just like an internal retaining wall. And so it retains the bluff, next slide, please. It retains the bluffs from falling down and pins the tracks in place. Again, this is all an interim solution until we move the tracks off the bluffs into a more sustainable location. The last element I want to mention, next slide, is about coastal access. So very important issue both to San Diegans and the commission itself. Right now, there is no lateral coastal access. People use the train track. Very dangerous. The trains are louder and not quieter nowadays. Quieter and there's been some fatalities there. So working with the commission staff, we came up with an alternative that we're going to be building, which is about a 1 mile lateral access on top of the bluffs for pedestrians and a new undercrossing to get people under the tracks into the beach. So that's just starting, and we'll have that design starts this summer, and we'll be working into environmental next fall. So I mentioned this is all temporary. What's next? Next slide. We're going to be relocating the tracks into a more sustainable location. So our goals are fivefold. We want to move it off the bluffs because the bluffs just aren't stable. We want to minimize community impacts as much as possible. We want to improve travel times by curve straightening and making it faster by double tracking. And we want to preserve our overall wetlands, and coastal access is really important. So that's our goals of our projects. So we have hit a milestone. We've gone through our planning work. We've identified with the community 28 different concepts, and staff have kind of vetted those concepts down to 3 alternatives that we're bringing forward to environmental. Next slide. Those 3 alternatives are shown here on this graphic. We have sent a notice of preparation of an EIR out in June 4th. We will be having a 45-day scoping period where we get input on these 3 alignments from various state, federal, and stakeholders and the general public. And we'll be starting an environmental impact report. There is a June 18th scoping meeting. We'll be inviting the public to come and talk to us, staff, about the project, hear more about it, look at boards and displays we have, and then provide written and public comment on the notice of preparation. So this is a start. It's a big start, and my hope it's a start to move those tracks off the bluffs where they don't belong into a location that's more sustainable. So that concludes our staff report, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Colleen?
Yes, thank you, Keith. And just to wrap up with 2 points that I would hope to leave you with. We've been working in this corridor for roughly 2 decades, and anything that happens north of San Diego really cuts us off from Los Angeles and beyond. So we're here to help cooperate and work with the Orange County Transportation Authority and anything that we can do to help support that work, because when those bluffs fail or we have a slide up in that area, it doesn't work with the bus bridges. It causes further impacts where people decide to drive instead of take transit and use the I-5, I-15. So this is more than, we focus a lot on kind of the surrounding community there in Del Mar, because that's where we're doing this improvement, but it impacts the entire San Diego region, and I would also say the state of California. So thank you so much for your support, and we look forward to any questions.
Thanks so much. I mean, I know that everyone has this question, so I'll just go ahead and ask it before you sit down, which is the time frame for moving of trucks.
So we have a 2.5-year time frame to complete the environmental clearance. So that is underway right now. We're extremely grateful to Senator Atkins, who got that set aside in the budget for us. At that point, then we will start going for the federal funds. It's roughly, is it a 7-year?
2035 is when we're proposing to have.
So it would be about
So 2035 is the goal.
to have
About
the
a 10-year.
tunnel in place. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm going to open. I really appreciate this. I know it's all of us do, so I wanted to thank you very much for coming. Let me open this to public comment.
Yes, I believe Don Schmitz, this was the item he wanted
Mr.
to
Schmidt?
speak on. And then we have Camilla Rang on Zoom.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Don Schmitz for the record. I'm here on behalf of Smart Coast California, which is a nonprofit organization looking for smart policies to deal with issues as it pertains to sea level rise. Before I go any further, I want to congratulate the Commission on the new alternate sitting on Commissioner Harmon's lap. Very impressive that we are completely staffed up here. We recognize and support the fact that this is irrefutably critical infrastructure. And under Section 30253 of the Coastal Act, it's entitled to shoreline protection devices. The plan is to put in over 2,000 feet ultimately of vertical seawalls. It has to happen. It's regrettable, but there are alternatives that I would urge this commission and Sandag to do a deep dive on. And we've been doing a lot of work with your senior staff in regards to this. Those alternatives include artificial reefs, living breakwaters to be coupled with beach nourishment, which will allow protection of those bluffs without losing the beach and in fact enhancing the marine habitat. Most of the reefs that have been constructed in California have been strictly for that purpose, to enhance marine habitat. So we realize everybody is scrambling at the state level, at the Sandag level in regards to keeping this critical infrastructure open and going forward. But these seawalls are designed to last until 2050. Yes, 2035 is the year that is anticipated. The $4 billion tunnel relocation of the train will go into effect. Sometimes these things take longer. So that's a stretch of time. And if we can come up with an environmentally superior alternative, which protects the bluffs, protects the beach and the critical infrastructure, it's worthy of additional investigations. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any other public comment?
Yes, Camilla Rang on Zoom.
Good morning. I had a visual also, if you want to put that up.
Opening that right now.
Thank you. So hi, this is Camilla Rang from Del Mar. I could not agree more with the former speaker. I wanted to give you some visuals from the public's view of what you have let Sandag do to our beach so far. The images speak for themselves. We used to have a beautiful beach interrupted here and there with Sandag's beach walls. Not anymore. Instead of short stretches of earlier Sandag seawalls, there are now long stretches of uninterrupted seawalls, new and old patched together, interrupted by short stretches of natural beach. This is looking north. Next slide, please. This is looking south. Next slide, please. Here are steel poles that are about 10 to 12 feet out from the bluff. Next slide, please. These are seawalls that completely and unnecessarily will bury 12 plus feet of beach. Do you realize how much beach we are losing? And Sandag has not even approved the budget for the requested mitigation, but instead gave money to bike path in Encinitas and Carlsbad and suggests that we, as in Del Mar, should pay for the mitigation ourselves. Next slide, please. I don't know what I can say. This is just sad. The pictures speak for themselves. I'm deeply disappointed that you let this through. You are supposed to protect the coast, not the railroad and the freight trains that make money. That's not in your job description. The erosion comes from above, very little from below, and certainly not where the tide does not even reach the bluff, even at king tide, where Sandag had buried a whole cove. The work that you on top of the bluff with ditches and drainage and pillars, that we do great. This, no. What we need now is sand replenishment from Sandag as extra mitigation. And I agree with the former speaker about new reefs and to just save this beach. And I cannot wait for 2035 when these seawalls will go. Thank you.
No more speakers.
Thanks so much. All right, I'm gonna bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank Colleen for being here and her team and for all the work that you've done. I also want to thank staff. I mean, this is not an easy issue. We're going to have to start dealing with this more and more as sea levels rise and continue to rise and our infrastructure continues to be impacted. But I really appreciate the collaborative work. I know there's been a lot of work done on this issue, especially around coming with alternatives. We need to make sure that we keep that lifeline alive for San Diego, because if anybody's traveled to San Diego by car at any time of the day now, it's not just during rush hour, you're stuck in that actual bottleneck for hours. So it doesn't help with our greenhouse gas emission goals either, reduction goals either. So I just want to thank the work and look forward to the collaboration, and to you, Colleen, especially as a former member of Sandag, a current member of MTS. Thank you for your years of service. She's retiring this Friday is her last day.
No.
So thank you for your years and years of work and your strong leadership when we needed it the most. So thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, thank you. That's really a big change. But thank you for all your work. Commissioner Nada.
I just wanted to say that I appreciated your reference to working regionally with
Orange County Transportation Authority, we hear a lot about the crumbling cliffs and the train tracks in Orange County. And I wondered if, so this is happening all over the state, really. It's not just a San Diego problem in terms of the coastal rail tracks. So what lessons learned, or how could we hope to see some real planning to realign tracks so that the train's not falling into the ocean elsewhere?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Nodoff. So we are San Diego is part of a larger low sand working group. And it's actually, now there's a working group being led by the state of California. And the goal is to look up and down the coast, and actually Scripps Institute is looking at all the most impacted areas along the bluffs and identifying which areas are most critical that need to be addressed in some fashion. And so then this statewide group is working on how do we prioritize what happens where, and then work with the state and the federal government to get funding. Lessons learned, I think there's so much ahead here. I feel in the San Diego region, it has been, how do I put it? It's been more of an emergency for us to address. And I think we're ahead of other areas because of that, because anytime anything happens, we're completely cut off from moving further north. So we are working with Orange County. I think with all due respect to anyone who represents that area, I think they're just a little bit further behind. It just hasn't been as urgent an issue for Orange County. But I think the lessons learned that we have, tunneling is possible. There are possible solutions. And so we want to bring that to the table and help share that statewide. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Other questions? All right, we just want to again express our appreciation and for all of the years of work, and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure. And this was, one of the last things I did in my final week. So it was well
Wow.
worth it. So beautiful. Great to see you all, and keep up all the good work. I'm not done working. I don't know what's next, but anyway, thank you.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much. And that concludes that item. And we will now take a break. What do y'all think in terms of the time we need? I'm not sure what the lunch situation is here. Oh, it's right here. So do you think 45 minutes is appropriate? All right. So it's 12:20 right now. So we'll come back. How about we come back at about 5 after 1 then? Or just make it easy. We'll come back at 1. Thank you. All right, so the next item on the calendar is the consent calendar, item 7A. Do we have a quorum? Looks like we do. All right, so is there a staff presentation on items A and B? Don't all speak at once, no. Just kidding.
Sorry, Chair. Catching up to you. Yeah, so as you mentioned, item 7A, the consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. We have 2 items agendized on the consent calendar today. Staff is aware of 1 letter expressing concern with item 7A, but I believe we have addressed the concerns raised, and we're still asking whether 4 or more commissioners object to the approval of the 2 items agendized. Deputy Director Steve Hudson will be providing additional information regarding the concerns raised on that item.
Thank you, Cassidy, and good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. So I would note that we do have an addendum for item 7A. That's the notice of impending development by the University of California at Santa Barbara. That's for demolition of existing structures on their facilities management site. And there's a letter that's been included in that package from Leslie Purcell raising concerns that trimming of minor landscaping and vegetation on site, she had concerns could result in potential impacts to monarch butterflies. As noted in the addendum, our staff did address that issue in the staff report, and we have evaluated this. All the demolition work, which will only include minor trimming and removal of non-native vegetation and trees less than 6 inches in diameter breast height, will be located entirely within the existing development envelope of the site. They're not within ESHA, wetland or open space areas. We do have biological surveys of the subject site confirming that there's no monarch butterfly habitat there, and there are additional protective measures are not recommended or needed in this case. Thus, staff continues to recommend this item be approved on the consent calendar today.
Thanks, Mr. Hudson. I'm online looking at the calendar. I'm not seeing the addendum. Are you seeing it as a separate item or?
I'm sorry, I misspoke. We don't have an addendum for that item. So my comments are
Are
intended
the
to
addendum.
address the questions that were raised by Ms. Purcell. Thank you for
A
pointing that
verbal
out.
addendum.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Mr. Hudson. All right, so is there any other presentation on item 7A or B? No, that's your presentation on A or B. All right, are there any ex partes on either of these items? All right, is there any public comment?
No public speakers.
All right, does any member of the commission want to remove an item from the consent calendar, 7A or B? All right, in that case, does anyone have an objection to unanimous consent, unanimous approval of item 7?
sorry, Chair, did we get a-
I can't do that.
Did we get a motion in a second? We
Oh,
still
I
need
have
the
to have a
motion in a second.
So moved.
Motion. All right, we have a motion, a second. Does anyone have an objection to unanimous approval? All right, seeing none, consent calendars, items 7A and B are approved, and we're going to move on to item 8, which is items removed from the regular calendar. Mr. Tupel?
Thank you, Chair. For item 8, items moved from regular to consent calendar for all districts on the agenda today. As mentioned during the agenda changes earlier this morning, there's one item the staff is recommending be moved to the consent calendar, and that's item 13A, a CDP application for the demolition and construction of a single-family home in Torrance. Staff received public comment and objection to this item as well that Mr. Hudson is prepared to address.
All right, thank you, Cassidy. All right, and just one quick backseat. We do have an addendum on item 7A. I started to doubt myself. It may have been posted later than usual, so it may just require a refreshing of the cache.
Oh, is it? That's weird. I refreshed mine and didn't get it, but it's good to know. Thank you.
That we do have one.
No, he said on 7A there was?
For 7A. Now, for this item, I would note that we do have an addendum for item 13A, and that's the CDP application by Sean Tabazadeh for demolition and reconstruction of a bluff-top single-family residence located in the city of Torrance. And the addendum addresses a letter of objection from the owners of a neighboring property, Scott and Maureen Dundee, indicating they are concerned the new residence and swimming pool may potentially impact the stability of their property. The addendum notes that the issue of engineering and structural stability was fully addressed in the staff report and that the applicant's geologic and engineering reports have been reviewed by our geologist, Dr. Street, and Dr. Johnson, who concur with the findings of the applicant's geotechnical representatives. In this case, that the bluff top setback of more than 25 feet for new development on site is expected to be adequate to ensure the stability of new development over the expected life of the residence. And moreover, to ensure geologic and engineering stability, the applicant will be required to obtain final grading and geologic approval from the city of Torrance as well. The staff believe, and I would also note that there was some misunderstanding as there is no swimming pool that is proposed as part of this project. That was part of an earlier iteration. It's been revised to only include a smaller spa. Thus, staff does believe the issues raised by the neighboring property owner have been adequately addressed, and we do continue to recommend this item be moved to consent and approved today.
All right, thanks so much, Mr. Hudson. Does anyone have an ex parte on this? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak?
Yes, we have 3 signed up to speak on 13A.
All right. Could you call their names, please?
Yes, we have the applicant representative, Brandon Strauss, in on Zoom. And then we have another representative from them available for questions, Tony Esfahani and Scott Dundee in person, I believe.
All right, so this is on consent, but if you'd like to speak on behalf of the applicant,
Brandon Strauss is in.
please.
Able to.
Sure, come on
Chair,
up.
actually, the applicant is online. And then
Applicant is online.
that's correct. And then this is Mr. Dundee, I believe, who is also signed up to speak as the neighbor.
Oh, that's
Just want to clarify. So I
helpful.
think we should go online first to.
Yeah, thank you, Director. So the applicant is online and wants to speak.
Correct.
Okay, they'll have 3 minutes.
Brandon Strauss? Brandon, if you can hear me, you should be able to unmute. There we go.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just signed up to speak in case this comes off the consent calendar and goes on to the regular calendar. Otherwise, I don't have any comments other than to thank the staff for their work on this. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Strauss. Appreciate it. All right, who's our next speaker then?
Scott Dundee.
All right, Mr. Dundee. Sorry about the back and forth on that.
Okay, it's been an interesting morning. See what you guys have to do all the time. Didn't think this is something simple. Anyway, we're just here today to express our concerns that on the Neighbors Coastal Commission building permit at 505 Paseo de Playa. We own the property directly north and adjacent to this. We just received revised plans yesterday. And even though the original plans have been modified, we're still worried about the weight of a concrete patio and spa being constructed on the eroding hillside and might cause the entire bluff to collapse, causing damage to our property next door at 501 Paseo de la Playa. We'd like to put on record that if any damage to our property is caused by this complete project, that the applicant would be responsible. I have personally walked on the hillside with the previous owner and know that it is just sand and extremely unstable. And there's been hillsides and erosion all around the area. And we're just surprised that, concerned that the Coastal Commission would allow building on this eroding and degrading bluff. That's all.
Thanks. Am I permitted to ask a question?
Yes, if you
Great.
may.
Could I ask you just a question? So I'm looking at the exhibits and I'm trying to figure out which house is yours. So there's a house that has sort of like a hot tub and a kind of a grassy area.
Yes,
That's yours.
that's ours.
You're north. Okay, thanks.
So you extend further.
Mhm. All right. Any other public comment?
No.
All right, we'll bring it back to the commission, ask if there are any comments, and if not, if there's a motion.
I just would ask in terms of extension towards the bluff top, how does this compare?
So we did an analysis of how this would compare to the surrounding residences, and we have actually done quite a bit of analysis for previous projects. We've had some contested bluff slope determinations. So we're quite familiar with this bluff. In this particular case, this proposed project will be entirely in line with the line of development for the surrounding houses. Our geologists are in agreement with the most important aspect of this was where the bluff edge was determined to be. And our geologist is in agreement with the applicant's geologist. The new house will not extend any further, or any of the development on site will not extend further than what was on site previously. The house will be located about 33 feet landward of the bluff edge. We in the past have required 25 feet, so this would be located slightly landward of where we have allowed the line of development to be located for new houses. We have allowed patios and whatnot to extend into that bluff top setback, provided that they're considered removable. In this case, that spa will be located about 22 feet from the edge of the bluff, and that is also consistent with what the commission has allowed for patio and deck top improvements within this area. We've also confirmed that we do have a 1.5 factor of safety. So all indications are that this is a reasonably stable site, but we of course don't disagree with what we just heard. It's a coastal bluff and they're all inherently unstable. And we do have conditions, including an assumption of risk that the applicant agrees to, and noting that these sorts of properties are inherently unstable.
Thank you.
Are you prepared to make a motion? Or would someone like to make a motion?
Can I just ask a
Sure.
clarifying
Let me ask
question?
if there are any more questions. So
Yeah, well-
Commissioner Wilson.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion, but I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing here. This is this just a deputy's report or is this things
This is
taken off
consent.
of consent, regular consent
Yeah.
or?
No.
Consent, this moved to
Items
consent.
moved to consent.
Sorry, I got confused with that because I was like, I just did consent. I thought, okay, yes, I'm willing to move things moved to consent. Thank you. That's my motion.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll turn to the commission and ask if there is any opposition to adopting through unanimous approval. Am I saying that right? Great. All right, seeing none, item 13A is approved. And we are now going to move on to item 9, Energy, Ocean Resources and Federal Consistency. Item A, information update on transboundary pollution crisis in the Tijuana River and Tijuana River Valley. Mr. Tupel.
Thank you. And let me just get through the Deputy Director report items. Note that we have one waiver and one immaterial amendment for your consideration today, as well as 7 negative determinations to report. We're not aware of comments or objections received on these items, and we're not aware that any speakers have signed up to speak on them. We're therefore asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the Deputy Director report.
Sorry about skipping over that. Did 3 or more commissioners have any objection to concurrence with DDR? Seeing none, commission concurs, and now we can move on to the next item.
Great, thank you, Chair. This brings us to item 9A, our monthly update on the Tijuana River pollution crisis. First, I want to let you all know that we've been working diligently since last month to investigate the situation that was raised during public comment about the breach of the Smuggler's Gulch containment channel and the resulting floods of contaminated water and debris into adjoining properties. We've discussed the situation with staff from the City and County of San Diego, as well as representatives from the International Boundary and Water Commission, IBWC, as well as key stakeholders. While we commend the city and county on the progress they've made since last March to repair the channel, there's still additional work that needs to occur. As requested by the chair last month, we're in the process of finalizing a letter to the city and county of San Diego with several suggestions and requests on this matter, and expect to have it completed shortly. With that, I will note that for the remainder of this month's update, we've invited representatives from the International Boundary and Water Commission, IBWC, to provide an update and status report on the suite of federal projects that the commission considered and authorized 1 year ago to help address the longstanding pollution and public health crisis in southern San Diego caused by pollution from the Tijuana River. Speaking for the U.S. section of the IBWC this morning will be Gilbert Anaya, Division Chief of IBWC's Environmental Management Division, and Morgan Rogers, the Area Operations Manager for IBWC's San Diego Field Office. I believe that Mr. Rogers will be starting things off, and he'll be joining by Zoom.
All right, great. Mr. Rogers.
They should both be in and able to unmute and start their cameras. There we go.
Okay. First, I do want to give pass on my regrets on behalf of our Commissioner Hiner. She is in Mexico City today, negotiating some other IBWC matters. So she would have preferred that she would give this presentation. So I pass on her regrets. Next slide, please. Do I have control of the slides, or will you do that?
You just say next slide and we'll forward them for you.
Okay, we last updated the commission back in November, so this will be an update from that. I'll go over the repairs that are ongoing at the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant towards regaining permit compliance. Also provide an update on the expansion project for the plant, as we plan to expand the plant from 25 million gallons per day to 50. And also we'll give an update on the Minute 328 projects at the border. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide identifies the weak points in the infrastructure, which contribute mostly to the condition of the plant today. Right at the middle, junction box 1, that is a structure that has some valves in it. This controls the flow from Mexico across the border to our treatment plant. This junction box 1 has been inoperable for about 4 years, which means that we have been unable to control the flows coming into the plants from Mexico. at least no direct control. We do control the flows by working with Mexico. If we don't get enough flow to the plant, we'll call our counterparts up and ask them to turn some more pumps on. If we have too much flow, we'll do the opposite. We'll ask them to shut some pumps down. So we do manage to control the flows in that way, but not directly from the junction box 1. The international collector, this is in Mexico. This collects about 80% of the wastewater generated in Tijuana and sends it to this pump station 1B. And about 25 million gallons of that goes to the plant. This is where we get our input. Now, we know that there are some fractures in the international collector. We did restrict some flow about 2 years ago from junction box 1. That flow backed up into the international collector, and we had transboundary flows through those fractures and ended up into the Tijuana River Channel. So that is also a weak point. Down below, we have pipeline 1A. That's one of 2 pipelines that carry the flow from Tijuana to down south for discharge into the ocean. So this one pipeline, PB1A, ruptured in July of 2022. And with that, we lost about 25 million gallons per day of capacity in the system. So that 25 million gallons per day had to go somewhere. So it went either into the river, and it also went to the plant. And next slide, please. Okay, so since July of 2022, with the rupture of that pipeline, the plant saw excess flows almost every month up until this year of about over 30 million gallons per day. Our plant is rated and permitted for 25 million gallons per day. All right, so the flow carries trash and sediment, and the more flow we get, the more trash and more sediment we get. And that leads to, clogging up of the system. The excess trash and sediment it causes wear and tear on valves and pumps. We're collecting more sediment than the plant was designed to remove. So a lot of that sediment gets carried through into the primary and secondary treatment of the plant. And that leads to not meeting our wastewater treatment quality standards at the end of the treatment. So we've had permit exceedances in both the volume we're taking in, as well as the treatment effluent quality. So we've made a lot of strides since our last report. These pictures here, the first one is our primary sedimentation tank. This is where the flow goes through the tank, and we skim the solids off the top of the wastewater and also from the bottom. When we get so much trash and too much sediment, it gets into the gears and it clogs the system up. So these skimmers are no longer operable, which means the solids collect. And you can see in this picture here, we have enough solids there that are actually bushes growing. And we actually have some tomato plants, cherry tomato plants, quite a bit in there. No one's tasted them yet, but we have them there. We also have our influent pumps. These get a lot of damage from excess flows. And the last picture on the right, this shows when you get more flows than the plant was designed to handle, it starts flooding some of our structures. And this is the headworks, is where the flow enters the plant. So this picture here, I believe, is from Hurricane Hillary. So between that one pipeline rupturing in July of 2022 and Hurricane Hillary in August of last year, just a lot of damage had accumulated. And I believe that, Hillary was really what kind of got was like the alarm bells went off. We just can't keep on operating this way. So we did move some funding around. Next slide, please. With all the damage that we saw from these constant flows, excess flows, as well as Tropical Storm Hillary, we moved some funds around, and we awarded $31 million worth of projects since FY21. That was all put towards the plant to bring the plant back up to operation. And with these repairs, we are targeting August of 2024 to regain our compliance with the permit. Next slide. Okay, these are some of the projects that we're working on and which I'm giving updates. The influent pumps, when we last reported, we have one, at Hillary, last August, we were down to 1 of 6 pumps operational. And we need to have at least 3 to operate properly to handle peak flows. Today, we have 5 of 6 pumps operational, and we have additional pumps on order, so we'll have spares. These pumps are about $500,000 each at a 9-month lead time. So we have to have pumps on hand. So if one goes down, we can immediately replace it and then order it when we have to. The primary sedimentation tanks. Since March of 2023, all 5 of those were down, again, due to the excess flows. Today, we have 1 operational. We have 2 other ones that will become operational in July. We need 3 operational minimum in order to properly treat our wastewater and regain compliance. And again, we should have 3 online in July. And activated sludge tanks, we lost 1 of these pumps during Hillary. We have 2 new pumps in place now, and we have spare pumps on order. Next slide. And I would say basically that we have there's just a lot of equipment, mostly pumps and motors, that went down with the excess flows. For example, these primary non-potable pumps and secondary, these are used for cleaning. They're used for priming pumps. After Hillary, we had 0 of 4 pumps at the primaries. We now have 2 of 4 pump operationals, spares on order. We had 1 of 5 pumps at the secondary, and we now have 3 of 5 operational and spares on order. And our sludge storage tanks, as the wastewater goes to the primary and secondary treatment, the sludge that's removed goes to these tanks. We've had 2 tanks, and 1 tank we're able to operate on. We're bringing the second one back up online. We're making repairs to that. Next slide. The Hollister pump station. This is a pump station that diverts flows from our canyon collectors at Goats Canyon and Smuggler's Gulch. It diverts those flows back to the plant for treatment. And after Hillary, we lost all 4 of those pumps, which meant that those collectors were out of operation and we had transboundary flows. So today we have 3 of 4 pumps operational, and we have new pumps on order as for standby. So we're in good shape there again. One ongoing problem that we have with the flows from Mexico, whether it's through the plant or through our canyon collectors, is there's just too much sediment in the flows. Now here's a picture of Smuggler's Gulch from a year ago, March 2023, compared to this year, March 2024. You see the difference in the volume of sediment. There's a construction site just the other side of this canyon collector in Matadero Canyon. And I can say that Mexican construction sites have no erosion control. So this excess sediment has clogged this canyon collector, Smuggler's Gulch. And it also had the same, we had same problem with goats. Closed these canyon collectors down. They're inoperable, which meant the flows from the canyons went right on through and into the estuary or into the river channel, the Tijuana River Channel. So these are transboundary flows. This is an issue that was ongoing in discussions with Mexico. We've gotten some, I'm not sure I'll say a promise, but a commitment to install permanent erosion control measures at that Matadero Canyon construction project. And we are following up on that. Okay, next slide. And we do have a JB1 project is scheduled. It's in the design phase. We expect to start construction in December and planned completion in February. This will give us the control over flows into the plant, where we can maintain flows at 25 million gallons per day or less in accordance with our permit and to meet the design requirements of the plant. So this will go a long way towards our regaining compliance and maintaining compliance. Okay, next slide. Okay, so for the expansion project, again, we plan to expand the plant from 25 million gallons per day to 50. We started this process with assessment of the plant back in October of 2022 to find out what is the condition of the plant? Where are the areas that need the most work? We did that back in 2022, and that was part of the procurement package that we provided to our bidders. The procurement process started in December. We had 5 very good firms that submitted statements of qualification. We picked the top 3 of those to go on to submit technical proposals, and we received those technical proposals yesterday. So the next step is to select the best one of those 3, enter negotiations, and award a contract in August. This will be a progressive design build contract, which means we can design and construct at the same time. So as soon as we've designed and we're ready to construct, whether it's just a portion of the project, we will start the construction. So it's not a design for a year, then we start construction. We're starting immediately. That will save us on time. It'll save us on money, and we expect to break ground before the end of the year. The estimated cost of the project is $600 million, plus or minus 30%. And that is a large plus or minus. We won't know the true cost until we go through the negotiations and award the contract. So in the meantime, until we get full funding, we'll execute the project in phases. First phase will be the base project, expand the plant to 45 million gallons per day. When we have funding to include the phase 1, we'll increase that to 50 million gallons per day. And with full funding, it'll be 50 million gallons per day plus 75 million gallons per day of peak flows. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the Minute 328. So Minute 328 is under the Treaty of 1944, which was the utilization of waters of the Colorado, Tijuana, Rio Grande rivers. Minute 328 is specifically for the sanitation infrastructure projects in the San Diego, Tijuana area. Minute 328 was signed in July of 2022. The United States committed $330 million towards projects. Mexico committed $144 million in projects. We fully funded our portion. Mexico has funded about a third of theirs, but the commitment is still there. You can see this slide and the next slide. There's quite a menu of projects that we've made the commitment to, and those will be completed as funding comes in. I do want to focus on the main projects. The main project is the plant expansion, which I covered. And next slide, please. Okay, one of the projects is the International Collector. I mentioned earlier that has a lot of fractures on it, so it's not reliable. So that project is to reline or replace sections of that piping. That is ongoing. It should be done in September. And with the completion of this project, we should see a reduction in spills and reduction of transboundary flows. So this would be a big benefit to us. Next slide. And the next largest project with the biggest impact to us is the new wastewater treatment plant in Mexico, the San Antonio de los Buenos wastewater treatment plant. This is ongoing. It'll treat 18 million gallons per day, which will reduce the amount of untreated wastewater discharge in the ocean in Mexico. This project is supposed to be completed in September. We think that's a little aggressive, but that is what their announcement is, that it'll be done in September. And this bottom picture here is that's what the flow looks like when it's just discharged out to the beach. So hopefully that will be, with the SAB back online, at least it'll be a little cleaner. Next slide. And I guess in summary, we are working very hard to get the plant back into compliance. We are moving forward with our expansion project. And again, we hope to have a contract awarded in August, and we'll start seeing some construction before the end of the year. And the Minute 328 projects are ongoing. We are monitoring those closely. And each one of those projects will see a benefit to the plant as well as the flows in the river. So I am available for questions.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Rogers, for that really comprehensive report. So is Mr. Araya not available?
Yeah, he is. He's here to back me up. Gilbert Anaya, he is here to back me up
Oh, I
for
see.
questions.
Okay.
if needed.
Oh, great. There he is.
Yeah.
Hello. So he wouldn't like to speak at this time. We'll go to questions. All right. So first, let me open it up to public comment, then bring it back to the commission. Any public comment?
Sorry, yes, we have 3 speakers.
All right.
I have Sarah Davidson, who I believe is in and able to share, followed by Nina Beatty and Philip Musagas. Sarah?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. My name is Sarah Davidson, and I manage the Clean Border Water Now program at the Surfrider Foundation. Thank you, Commissioners, and especially Commissioner Aguirre, for your continuous support for solutions to the worsening public health and environmental justice emergency in the Tijuana watershed. We are very concerned about the flooding in the river valley that has been ongoing since the storm that hit the area in late January. Nearby residents continue to experience horrific smells as a result of the pilot channel berm failure and flow through Smuggler's Gulch. Pollution has reached parts of the valley that it has not touched before. The San Diego County campground is flooded. Picnic tables, fire pits, trash cans, trails, and the yurts where people sleep have been sitting under contaminated water since January and will require rigorous cleanup before it is safe to reopen to the public. I've recently learned that a number of horses in nearby stables had to be put down as a result of the flooding as well. This ecological catastrophe is deeming the region unsafe for both people and all living beings. Not surprisingly, cities continue to receive numerous calls from frustrated and concerned residents about the inescapable smell, which is caused by contaminated air that is lowering the quality of life and having detrimental health impacts for families living in the area. People cannot open their windows, cannot stand in their yards, and cannot spend time in parks or along the coastline without breathing in toxic air. Children are sitting in classrooms for several hours a day in proximity to flooded areas and breathing it in as well. The long-term health impacts are yet unknown. A lesser discussed issue that is just as critical to public health and quality of life is the mental health impact of living in this environment day after day. We support the Commission's letter to San Diego County and City to encourage swift repair of the pilot channel berm that will stop current flow of polluted water and prevent future flooding. If I could just add, we also encourage regular follow-up with the county and the city until it is repaired and the flooded areas are safely restored. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Nina Beatty, followed by Philip Musagas. Nina?
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. My comment was on an immaterial amendment on the director's report, not on this item. So may I do it after this item is finished?
I'm sorry, which director's report?
The Federal Consistency Director's Report.
We have you signed up for 9A.
Yeah, we
There wasn't an
already
option for 9.
concurred.
That wasn't an option to put 9. And I sent an email to the staff saying my comment was for 9, not 9A.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened. We had item 9, we already have concurred. Council, what do you recommend?
I go ahead and let her speak.
Okay, so why don't we complete this item and we'll return to you and you can speak on item 9.
All right.
Philip Musagas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Philip Musagas. I'm the Executive Director of San Diego Coastkeeper. We are a clean water advocacy organization whose mission is to protect and restore our coastal and inland waters. And so we are, along with Surfrider, very involved in the Tijuana pollution crisis. I just have some brief comments. I want to start by strongly supporting the letter being drafted by Coastal Commission staff. We appreciate that was in response to a request that Coastkeeper made, I think, at your last meeting. And so we greatly appreciate the attention that the staff and the commission are giving to the pilot channel berm issue, which is kind of adding another layer of environmental pollution and environmental justice burden to people living near the estuary. And in terms of the letter, we would just ask that it not only include status updates or requests for status updates regarding the fixing of the berm by the city of San Diego, and then the clearing of trash and other debris by the county, and sediment by the county, but also request that the county come up with a plan to remediate the campground and other areas of county parkland that are now contaminated by toxic pollution. And I just want to end with a couple of quick comments about the IBWC presentation. Just questions potentially to suggest that you may ask. One is, I was interested to hear about the San Antonio de los Buenos plant. And I think it would help if we could get clarification whether the new plant will treat all of the untreated sewage that's currently being discharged, or will there be continuing discharges of raw sewage onto the beach in Tijuana? And then just regarding the Smuggler's Gulch and the pilot channel, it'd be great to understand if Smuggler's Gulch flow is continuing or if that flow has been stopped temporarily. So thank you for your time. And again, I appreciate the commission's support.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item?
No. That
All right.
concludes.
Bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Aguirre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple questions on the presentation and a comment, and then I have my regular report. Or commission questions after my report after that?
I think that we should just proceed.
Okay. My question is for Mr. Rogers. Thank you for working diligently to ensure that the design and build is done concurrently and not sequentially. I really appreciate that because that does save time. But my question is relating to the Tijuana River Diversion Project. Commissioner Keener, one of her last presentations she gave publicly, she mentioned that there was an environmental analysis, not a full study or report that was slated to be done by the Tijuana River, but I did not see it in your presentation because you mentioned that all of the funding has been secured, and my question is relating to that particular part of the comprehensive solution that the US EPA has certified, and if that has attached funding, because my understanding is that it does not.
Mr. Rogers.
You're on mute, sir.
Commissioner Aguirre, I think I can answer that for Morgan with respect to the diversion project. You're right, there isn't funding tied to that at this time. The diversion was to, there was a separate facility known as the Advanced Primary Treatment Plant that would treat those flows to primary levels and then be discharged. There is no funding for it, but what we are going to do, Commissioner Hiner has tasked me to begin the process of meeting with stakeholders at first. So I'm going to be scheduling some meetings. I'm going to look for the best available dates in July, and depending on availability, start from there to get feedback from stakeholders and community leaders with respect to their understanding and their just to ensure that river diversion is well understood, and if there's any ideas or thoughts with that type of a project and how it would look, that information will be compiled and will be used for the development of a plan. The diversion was not fully assessed by EPA and IBWC under the Environmental Impact Report. So there's further NEPA analysis required for that project. But what we want to do is to gather information and develop a better understanding before we move forward with that formal process. So this is going to be an informal stakeholder meeting, more of a charrette type of a venue, so that we gather information and everybody understands what it entails, and if there's any concerns that we can talk about it before any further study is developed. That's where we currently are, but you'll be hearing more about it in the next couple of months as I get that meeting, and we'll have that dialogue with the larger group.
And will that include the sediment capture basins and the trash capture net devices?
The intent was just for the diversion. There is the pilot study for the trash boom is ongoing at this time. So that the intent is to have it in place before the next storm season. So we hopefully will have that in place, and data will start be collected on the location and how well it's functioning before it becomes a permanent fixture in the channel. Sediment capture is currently not, it also is not within the diversion component. The diversion was strictly for getting additional flows from the river for to keep them from continuing downstream and for treatment. But again, these are questions we can discuss when we have those meetings, just to ensure that if there is a consensus that maybe they be included as a joint effort, that's one of the reasons we want to ensure that how these projects are visualized is what the community wants before we take those next steps. And before, right now there isn't any funding, so we can also, in terms of feasibility, identify what those costs are going to be.
Absolutely understand. Thank you for that answer, and I strongly encourage us to not miss sight of that element of the project, because the Tijuana River is the primary, if one of the primary sources of pollution to the coast, in addition to the San Antonio de los Buenos discharge and whatever is coming out of the plant. So I think it's important that we, use the right language when talking about funding, right? When we say funding has all been secured, well, it's important to discuss the elements, the most important elements of the project that have yet to be funded, because we are seeing timelines, and as we saw in the presentation, that go well into 2025, 2027 for certain pieces of key infrastructure. And it's important for us to be able to continue to speak to the need for funding and the need for additional environmental review, so that we truly have a comprehensive solution to the Tijuana River. So thank you for your answer about that. The second question was related to the increased flow in the Tijuana River, which is now up to 65 million gallons per day. Would it be correct to assume that it is because, can you just explain why there's so much flow in the river? I think that's the better question. The river shouldn't be flowing at such a high level without rain. Can you just elaborate on that? What you all believe is the source of that?
Well, some of the sources are the ongoing construction projects. There's some work going on at International Collector, as well as Pump Station PB1. And we're also told that from the storms this year, they have several wastewater lines are clogged, creating overflows. I can tell you this does concern us quite a bit, because we are not seeing the flows out of Pump Station PB1 that we'd expect, nor the flows at SAB. So something is out of whack. I can tell you, though, that we are having meetings up to the commissioner level, trying to get our Mexican counterparts to tell us what's going on and to take action. There's too much flow going into the river. We absolutely agree on that. And we're trying to get Mexico to hurry up and complete these projects, stop diverting flows into the river, and get the system back into operation. So
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. No, I truly appreciate those binational collaborative efforts and trying to, mitigate and eliminate the excess flows. But I think it also highlights the importance of the projects on U.S. soil, right, that we're talking about earlier, relating to the county, the responsibilities of the county, the responsibilities of the city, because as Ms. Davidson from Surfrider mentioned, we are flooded in sewage right now, and the odors throughout the entire South County area of San Diego have increased because of these excess flows, because of deferred maintenance, because of lack of, investment in some of these stormwater ongoing maintenance dredging projects that haven't occurred in quite some time are now, we're seeing the very negative consequences of that deferred maintenance and investment. I'll pause there, Chair, and wait for my colleagues if they have other questions. If not, then I'll go into my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Aguirre. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders.
Just a follow-up to the questions I think that Commissioner Aguirre was mentioning. And one question I had was on the South Bay International Water Treatment Plant facility. I believe during the presentation, we heard that the cost was going to be 600 million plus or minus 30%, and that funding hadn't been secured yet. And that we were going to, the plan was to have a phased in process for that because the funding had not been secured. I just wanted to find out a little bit more about what that funding looked like, and if there was any kind of ETA for completion, or kind of where things stand in terms of what has been contributed towards that 600 million cost yet in terms of, I assume, a federal allocation.
Yes, we got we had 300 million from the USMCA, and we got an additional 200 million or so recently. So we're about, well, 300 million for USMCA. We had a $100 million increase in our annual budget, and most of that will go towards the plant. So we figure we're about $200,000 short, and we continue to work towards finding the funds for that. Our local representatives have been very active, as well as, your commission here and other your local governments, the mayor, Aguirre, to find that funds. And all our funds come from Congress. Recently, we were allowed to accept funds from outside the federal government, but we're still trying to find the funds to close the gap.
As a follow-up to the 200 million shortage, given that and kind of given where things stand with the phased in approach, is there an estimated timeline for a ballpark completion, assuming the 200 million is secured?
I don't think, Gilbert, you want to answer that? Yeah.
Sure. We're pretty close. So we always estimated the construction schedule, and this was based on prior work at the international plant. So we only had an estimated timeline, and that varied between 3 and 5 years. It was actually really unknown because of the scale of the project. We are going to have a definitive schedule once we award the contract. The design build firm, one of the first tasks is to develop the base project, which includes a cost and schedule. They will tell us this is our estimated timeline based on the project, and it should be fairly close in between the timeline that we were estimating. The phased approach, even if we start with just the base project to begin with, as Morgan mentioned, progressive design build allows for beginning certain parts of a project and then initiating those while the rest of the design, or let me step back for a second. We're going to get a full design as part of the base project. So we will not have to wait for continued design 1-3 years down the road. It will be ready, and the design builder will be ready to execute as funds are made available. It would just require a modification to their contract. So those are called gosh, I forgot the term. They're separate packages, and they will be negotiated separately from the base project. Morgan mentioned that we received USMCA funding. Commissioner Hiner, through her and the efforts of elected officials, that we were given 103 million towards the adding it to the pot for the expansion project and rehab. And so now we have more money to begin with, and we're going to maximize that at the start to see how much can be done. So that will be ongoing. And once we get that next threshold where we're able to execute the next phase of the project, which is expanded an additional 5 MGD, the contractor already has that in the design, and then they will begin to add that to the project. There will not be any lag in terms of having to mobilize or do any additional design work. They just add it to the construction schedule and continue to work. That's how we intend to work. But in terms of your question on the schedule, we will be able to report on a schedule of once the contract is in place and the contractor is given some time. That's going to be one of the first deliverables that they provide to us during the design, and it's called the pre-construction phase. And so we will be able to report on that probably later this year with much more accuracy.
Commissioner, does that answer your question?
Sort of, but I don't think we're gonna get an answer, so. I think
Yeah.
we're-
I have a comment, but I could wait. Commissioner Eckerly, I didn't see you, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is just a small question, but I was wondering if we could get a copy of the presentation we received today. It was really helpful. There's so many moving pieces. I just have ongoing admiration for Commissioner Aguirre for keeping us on track and on all of these pieces. And I think that would be really helpful. We can reflect back on kind of where we were and where we were expected to be as we continue to get these updates. Thank you.
Commissioner Aguirre?
I have my regular report whenever, do you want me to
Okay, well,
proceed? Or do you want to?
I could make just a couple comments first, and then, I mean, to me, this just seems like something like each month I expect that something will get better, but instead it seems like it's getting so much worse. The area that we toured is under sewage water now. Is that correct? All the campground, the valley. I mean, if there was ever an emergency in California, it's hard for me to imagine. It just seems as bad as anything I've ever heard of or seen. And I just feel so strongly that urgent action is needed, and it just doesn't seem to be happening. So I don't know what we can do other than what we are doing. We have the letter. We are going to be sending it over my signature. Again, I don't know, but I mean, we have a big section of California that is under sewage water. The most important one of the most important estuaries and wetlands. So I just am stunned that this is continuing, I have to say.
Well, I think we could send an additional letter because that's part of my report. I will sadly report that Surfrider Foundation just completed a nationwide study on the status of most polluted beaches in the country. It assessed 567 sites nationwide, and 3 of the most polluted ones are in California, and top of that list is Imperial Beach. So now it's over 900 consecutive days that our beach shoreline has been closed. A recent San Diego County Economic Impact Report that was made public by the Union Tribune found that 70% of businesses reported being affected by the sewage crisis. And following Tropical Storm Hillary, over 66% had losses well above $100,000. The chairwoman of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors recently sent a letter to the CDC requesting intervention because of the public health impacts that the South San Diego community is suffering. And the Board of Supervisors also approved on June 4th the purchase of air purifiers and filters for residents in South County, San Diego, because of how foul the odors have become because of all this increased flooding throughout the river valley, because of the increased input into the system. permeating our air and water. Last week, all 18 mayors, including myself in San Diego County, sent another letter to Governor Newsom calling our renewed call for a state of emergency, explaining all these recent developments and how the situation has worsened since we last sent our letter last year. It'll be a year ago in June. We also asked that the California Department of Public Health intervene to better understand the health impacts that we're seeing on the ground, which range from meningitis to pneumonia to an array of upper, lower respiratory ailments and upper, lower gastrointestinal illnesses. Also, Assembly Joint Resolution number 12 will be heard on the Senate floor, and that joint resolution, as you may recall from last month's meeting, is also calling for a state of emergency declaration. And there's been a new resolution introduced by Senator Steve Padilla asking the CDC to intervene because of the public health emergency that we're suffering in San Diego County related to the Tijuana sewage crisis. I'll just add that the week of June 20th, I'll be traveling to Tijuana. I've been invited by the Governor Avila of Baja California, along with several different stakeholders, to receive a progress update on the specific projects that were mentioned earlier by Mr. Rogers, and to take a look at the San Antonio de los Buenos treatment plant, which, as you know, is a significant source of pollution to our coast and is slated to be completed by September 30th. So I hope to be able to report back to you the progress of that plant. But as I mentioned, the state of emergency declaration is so necessary. There's been at least 59 state of emergency declarations made throughout the state for a number of different reasons, ranging from fisheries to droughts to fires to flooding. We believe that this would accelerate everything we saw in the presentation from IBWC, from the purchases of key pieces of infrastructure to acceleration of some of the key components of the project, and most importantly, the absolutely necessary funding to start remediating this crisis. And that concludes my report, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Aguirre. I know that we all share our deep appreciation for everything that you're doing to deal with this incredibly difficult and challenging situation for your community in the broader San Diego area. All right, so that'll conclude, unless any other commissioners have anything to say on this, that'll conclude the informational update. Item 10A, as was noted earlier, has been postponed, likely until August. And that brings us to the DDR report for South Central Coast.
Thank you. And that item 11 is the Deputy Director's report for our South Central Coast District, which includes 3 permit waivers. We're not aware of any opposition to the items being reported today. And we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items within the Deputy Director's report. I am available for questions. I would just note that I believe we have 1 speaker request for this item, but that speaker had submitted correspondence in regard to item 12. So I would suggest we ask for clarification on which item he wishes to speak on.
Thanks. And I'm going to take speakers on this, and then I'm going to return to the speaker that we had determined was going to be able to speak on the DDR, the earlier one. So are there speakers, first of all, on South Central Coast, item 11?
The one that Steve just referred to was, his name is Roger Pugliese, but again, I've also heard that he's supposed to be speaking on the next item as well, so.
So what I'm going to do is seeing there are no speakers on this, I'm going to turn to the commission and ask whether 3 or more commissioners object to concurrence on the South Central DDR report. Seeing none, the commission concurs, and we'll return to the earlier item, which was, which one? 9, Energy, Ocean Resources, and Federal Consistency Deputy Director report, and the speaker will be speaking on that.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. We actually did speak with this person who said he wanted to share on 11, although I've heard from staff it was 12. So should we just ask him directly? I'm sorry, I just don't want to skip over it if that's.
I guess we don't really have a choice, so sure, let's just ask. What is the name of the person?
Roger Pugliese.
Okay, Mr. Pugliese, what item did you want to speak on?
I thought originally I did think it was number 11, but I was told by Shannon at the Coastal Commission up in San Francisco that in fact it is number 12 that I'll be speaking on.
All right, so why don't we wait just a second? We'll turn to item 12 and then we'll return to you for your comments. All right, so now we're on the LA County DDR, item 12.
Didn't you want to go back to item 9 for the woman who wanted to speak on that?
I thought that was the same person.
No, different person.
Okay,
Nina Beatty.
Ms.
Yes,
Beatty on
this is-
item 9.
Yes, I wanted to speak to the E05001 PG&E project, which is not an immaterial amendment. It's not a shed. This is an extensive rebuild around a radioactive nuclear spent fuel storage facility on an eroding sand bluff of the ocean. It must be a public hearing item with full investigation and presentation by commission staff. The site had a 6.4 earthquake in 2022, a 4.1 earthquake last year, and is a seismically active area, but there's no update on its status or on any damage to the spent fuel storage. Have the earthquakes caused the vault to rupture, tilt, or even tip over? Are there vault piers into bedrock? I haven't found evidence of piers. Have the cobbles caused damage and more erosion on the bluff? Is there leakage from the casks, particularly the 6th cask that doesn't have a secured lid due to being overfilled by PG&E? What testing is being done? What are the new structures shown on the amendment map? No utility vault is shown on the current facility map. The public requires a full accounting for these add-ons. And why is the coastal access so close to this radioactive facility? The dangerous operations and effects from the former nuclear power plant here last to this day with no accountability. Don't protect PG&E or let them escape scrutiny. People's lives and the environment have been repeatedly ruined by PG&E in Hinckley, San Bruno, Paradise, and Northern California fires, and here. Bring this PG&E project back for a full and noticed hearing. It was improperly and unlawfully agendized. It and 10 other items are hidden in the staff report. The Bagley-Keene Act requires listing and describing items on the agenda's face. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any staff response to that, or I would note we have already
Yeah,
concurred.
I just noticed that it is properly noticed. We did reach out to contact list to clarify the project. It's to change the surface from cobble to hardscape on this facility. It's no other construction than that.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Tufel, and thank you for your comments. All right, so now we're going to go to the, we've concurred with item 11. We're moving to item 12. We're gonna have the report and then we'll hear the public comment. Mr. Hudson?
I'm so sorry.
No, not at all. I thought you might be looking for it, or it's sort of a weird meeting. I don't know what happened. We had
Sorry, I
lunch
think I was-
and then it's
I
just.
was waiting for a bell or a gong.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's not- I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. I
Yeah.
will begin. Item
Thank you.
12 is up next. This is the Deputy Director's Report for the South Coast District, which includes 10 permit waivers, 5 permit extensions, and 1 immaterial permit amendment. We received an email from Mr. Puglisi in regard to one of the waivers in the Deputy Director's Report for a Caltrans project to install new fiber optic cable under the existing paved roadway for State Route 27. That's Topanga Boulevard in a portion of the Santa Monica Mountains, and that's located within the city of LA's jurisdiction. The letter expresses concern about the potential traffic impacts during construction and requests Caltrans engage in additional public outreach. I would note that all construction will occur at night, and in order to avoid traffic impacts, flaggers will be present to direct traffic as part of the traffic management plan to ensure that the highway will remain open at all times and that any needed partial closures would be limited to just one lane. In regard to public outreach, Caltrans did conduct a community meeting for this and other projects in Topanga in April of this year. And given that all work occurs within the footprint of the existing paved roadway, no impacts to coastal resources are expected, and our staff continues to recommend this item be approved as a permit waiver today. I would note that the Commission's transportation staff as well as representatives from Caltrans are available today via Zoom to help answer any questions. In addition, staff received an objection from members of the public in regard to 3 immaterial permit extensions being reported today. Those are CDP extension applications 5-19-0983 and 0984. Those are the applications by NXT Shutters Propco LLC. And that was for 2 mixed-use structures in Santa Monica. And the third was a CDP extension 5-21-0139-E1 for the Miramar Hotel project, also in Santa Monica. Because these objections were received within the 10-day period for public comment after the deputy director's report was published, these 3 items will be brought back at a future hearing, likely next month in July, for action by the commission with additional information to address the issues raised in the objections. Lastly, we have one change to the items listed in the deputy director's report. The immaterial amendment for CDP amendment application 5-02-138-A1 for the Seaside Living Trust. That item is postponed to address concerns raised by a neighboring property owner that the existing duplex has been converted to a single-family residence without the required coastal permit. We are not aware of any opposition to the other items being reported today, and we are asking whether 3 or more commissioners object to any of the items in the deputy director's report. Staff is available for questions.
Thanks, Mr. Hudson. I'd note that there's a number of ADUs that are included in this report that are simply brought to the commission for concurrence. And I just wanted to express our appreciation to see ADUs moving forward in this very streamlined fashion. So thank you very much for that. All right, I'd now like to turn to the public comment. Is there just one person, Bill?
Yes, just Roger Pugliese.
Okay, Mr. Pugliese, I believe you're finally on.
Yes, I am.
There you are.
Okay, so should I start? Would you like me to
You
start?
go ahead, please. You have
Okay.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Commissioners, my name is Roger Pugliese, and I'm a board member of the Topanga Town Council, the Topanga Association for Scenic Community, the Topanga Chamber of Commerce, and the Topanga Trash Warriors, who continue to clean Topanga Canyon Boulevard each and every Sunday for over the last 12 years. As you may know, we here in Topanga have had, over the last 3 months, gone through a lot. Our main road into and out of the canyon.
Just a minute. I'm sorry.
Please continue.
All right.
I'm sorry, sir, go ahead.
As you may know, we in Topanga have over the last 3 months have gone through a lot. Our main road into and out of the canyon was blocked. This due to rock and mudslides that happened on a scenic highway in March, causing hardship to our residents, businesses, and parents taking their kids to and from school. Thanks to Governor Newsom, Lindsay Horvat, and the members of the community, Caltrans was able to open the road much sooner than first stated. Now we are faced with another challenge. 3 more projects being proposed. 1 by SCE, 2 by the broadband company, and 3 by Caltrans repaving and guardrail project. Each one may cause further havoc. Presently, we are working with our LA County Supervisor's Office to get everyone in the room so that the right hand knows what the left hand is doing. It is important that we meet with them to both hear what they have to say and help them in coordinating it properly to minimize the impact. We are respectfully asking you to hold off on giving the waiver number 523-0853W to the California Department of Technology for their broadband undergrounding until they have had a chance to present to our community exactly what their plan is. The waiver is for a portion of our scenic highway that
Thank you, sir.
in the
Very
city.
much appreciate your comments.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. We just have a number of folks available for questions.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Vale. Mr. Hudson, do you have a response to the comment?
I'll just keep it very simple and just note that we do believe that those are scheduling issues for Caltrans, not for our agency. We do believe that public access will be maintained through the maintaining access at all times along State Route 27 with no more than one road closure.
Okay, thanks very much. I know for me, I would love to have any kind of internet where I live. I still don't have it. So maybe somebody could mention that to Caltrans. All right. Any commissioner comments? All right.
Could I just ask, I think it's somewhat reasonable request to ask to have this broader consultation on these, on this group of road closures. What would the timing mean if we were to pull it off of this one?
But if we removed it from this, it would come back at a later hearing. Caltrans would be the best agency to ask in regards to what that would do to their particular timing. But our understanding is that they still have 3 different projects all moving on 3 separate timelines. We did ask if they were able to merge those, and they indicated that for many different reasons, which they could best respond to, they were not able to try to merge those 3 timelines. And they felt it was important these 3 critical projects move forward as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I understand how once you get on the calendar, it's good to keep on the calendar. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so any other comments? All right, do 3 or more commissioners object to concurrence? All right, seeing none, the commission concurs. And now we are moving on to, I believe we are on 13B. And that is the application out of Venice.
Thank you. And 13B will be presented by Tori Ellen Swiestak via Zoom, a coastal program analyst in our South Coast District. If we could pull up the PowerPoint presentation, please, and Tori, take it away.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Item W13B is a de novo coastal development permit application by HJGLA LLC for a residential project on an inland lot in Venice. The applicant proposes to demolish an existing single-family home and construct a new 25-foot tall single-family residence with an attached first-floor accessory dwelling unit, attached ground floor 2-car garage, roof deck, swimming pool, and hardscape and landscape improvements. Next slide, please. The project site is located at 717 East California Avenue and 670 East Santa Clara Avenue in Venice in the city of Los Angeles. As shown on the slide, the subject property is a little over a half-mile inland of the beach in the Oakwood residential sub-area. The surrounding area is characterized by single-family and multifamily residential development with varying front yard setbacks, lot and building size, as well as architectural styles. Next slide, please. As shown here, the subject property is an unusual triangular shaped corner lot that's approximately 8,207 square feet in size, with approximately 372 total feet of frontage on both California and Santa Clara avenues. The site is currently developed with a small vacant single-family structure surrounded by dense vegetation along an existing perimeter fence. Next slide, please. As originally approved by the city, the project included the demolition of a 773 square foot, 1-story single-family residence and the construction of an approximately 7,485 square foot, 25-foot high, 2-story single-family residence with a basement and attached 3-car garage. The city approval also granted a zoning administrator determination to allow for 6-foot high front yard fencing rather than limiting the fence height on site to the required height of 3 feet 6 inches, as well as a reduced front yard setback, allowing 9 and 7-foot setbacks rather than the required 15-foot setback pursuant to the city's uncertified zoning code. In 2020, the commission found that the city-approved project, as shown on the slide, raised substantial issue as to its consistency with the community character of the surrounding area due to the scale and massing of the proposed structure. Next slide, please. The applicant subsequently worked with commission staff to significantly revise their project to reduce the size and appearance of the above-grade portions of the structure through various architectural and landscape modifications. The proposed project increases the front yard setbacks on site from 7 to 10 feet 6 inches on the northern side of the lot and from 9 to 15 feet on the southern side of the lot. It eliminates several architectural features, including roof overhangs and privacy walls, and it has redesigned the landscape plan to add more plantings and incorporate vertical elements, including trees, to provide visual screening of the structure from public areas. As revised, the new 7,495 square foot structure would consist of a 4,274 square foot, 2-story, 25-foot high, single-family residence with a 2,445 square foot basement, attached 326 square foot first floor ADU, attached 450 square foot 2-car garage with a roof deck, swimming pool, and hardscape and landscape improvements. Next slide, please. The illustration shown here outlines in yellow a few of the architectural features on California Avenue that were removed completely or significantly reduced in size to minimize the overall bulk of the current design. Next slide, please. In summary, and as outlined on this slide, the project now proposes a new accessory dwelling unit and has been revised with reduced above-ground square footage, increased front yard setbacks, reduced fence height, and increased landscape plantings. There is an addendum for the item which makes minor revisions to the staff report. Next slide, please. In closing, staff believes the project, as revised, adequately addresses the issues raised in the appeal and will not result in significant impacts to the community character or visual resources in Venice. Thus, Commission staff recommends approval of the proposed project with special conditions as outlined in the staff report. The motion and resolution may be found on page 5 of the staff report. This concludes the staff presentation. Commission staff are available for any questions.
Great, thank you so much for that. All right, ask if there are any ex partes on this. Commissioner Uranga, followed by Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chair. On June 5th, I had a Zoom meeting with my Chief of Staff, Sean Murnhoff, and Ann Blanker. Ms. Blanker provided a comprehensive report that she shared with me as well as with staff and commissioners, and it is on file.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On June 10th at 10 a.m., I had a brief 10-minute phone conversation with Ann Blemker and Susan McCabe on behalf of the applicant. And similarly, we discussed this proposed project, very briefly noted the changes, particularly the increased setbacks along the frontage street, and noted that Commission staff, as revised, finds the project to be compatible with community character and that the applicant is in agreement with staff recommendation and they request approval by the Commission.
Great, thanks so much. All right, I'll now open the public hearing and ask if there are folks that would like to testify. Ms. McCabe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hart and
Ms.
Commissioners.
McCabe, how much time do you need?
8 minutes, including rebuttal, and probably be less than that.
Okay, so maybe 5 and 3, something like that?
Yeah. Okay, great. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. I'm Susan McCabe, and we're representing Rachel Geike, who's the project applicant on this project to demolish and rebuild a single-family home in the Oakwood neighborhood of Venice. I want to thank our staff, analyst Tori Ellen Swiestack, and also Steve Hudson and Danny Ziff for working so closely with us to try to resolve the issues and raised in the appeal. We've made substantial revisions to this project, and we are in full agreement with the staff recommendation. Next slide.
Working on it.
Okay.
Well, we got a couple problems. Clock's not working. It's on top of the exhibit.
And the slides aren't.
Should I use my phone? Because I have a clock on.
Clock is running.
Okay, is there any way to move it? Can you move the clock? Is that, thank you. Just so we could see.
Oh, okay, great.
It's okay, just, it's fine. Thank you.
And I'll be a little repetitive from the staff presentation on this, but as you know, the project site is located in the Oakwood neighborhood of Venice on a triangularly shaped lot more than a half mile inland of the beach. Next slide, please. The applicant is proposing to demolish an existing one-story residence and construct a two-story residence with a rooftop deck, attached ADU, two-car garage, basement, swimming pool, and landscaping. Next slide, please. As you can see, the lot is a triangularly shaped lot, and at 8,200 plus square feet is larger than most residential lots in Venice. And unlike most other lots in this area, the parcel has two front yards, resulting in greater potential for visual impacts. Next slide, please. To address staff concerns about bulk and mass, the applicant agreed to reduce the 6 feet height of the perimeter fence to 3 feet and increase the 9-foot setback on California Avenue to 10.5 feet and the 7-foot setback on Santa Clara to 15 feet. Next slide. As you can see on this slide, in order to reduce the appearance of mass, the structure will be articulated and stepped back in multiple locations on the frontage of both streets. And on the left is the original proposed and now with revisions. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the project has been modified to include several planted areas and dense vegetation within the setbacks along the entire 372 linear feet of the street frontage. And as of the staff report has noted, providing similar landscape design with surrounding lots and contributing to the overall pedestrian-friendly scale of the neighborhood. This slide shows the landscape view from California Avenue. Next slide, please. And this slide shows the landscaped view of the residents from Santa Clara Avenue. Next slide. To determine whether the proposed project is visually compatible with mass and scale of the area, staff identified properties located within a 200-foot radius of the subject property and prepared a community character analysis. Next slide. Based on this community character analysis, staff has determined the project is consistent with community character, and the project has been designed, quote, designed for consistency with surrounding uses, front yard setbacks, height, landscaping, and architecture of the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. In conclusion, we are in support of the staff recommendation and its 8 special conditions. And we want to thank staff once again for working so closely with us to make substantial modifications to the project to ensure consistency with the community character of Venice. We ask for your aye vote.
Thanks very much. And you can add an additional 2 minutes onto the 3 minutes for rebuttal. All right, additional speakers?
Yes, we have Robin Rudisil, Naomi Nightingale, and Molly Court.
All right, on Zoom?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Rudisil.
Thank you. Robin Rudisil, Citizens Preserving Venice. First, we thank staff for several positive changes to the project, the ADU, the increased front yards, etc. Our biggest concern is that the public asked to have an opportunity to have input into the de novo process prior to the staff report coming out, and that was not provided. There were several original appellants, and the Oakwood community really cared about this project and wanted to weigh in on what ultimately got recommended. It's common practice that once staff prepares the report and makes a recommendation, it's extremely unlikely to get changes made, as the commission typically defers to staff's recommendation. We'd really like this practice to change for the concerned public to be able to weigh in with staff before the report is finalized. Specific project concerns, such a giant basement. It's true there's less visible size, but it's not right to solve size and mass incompatibility by building out a huge basement here, as that part of Oakwood just east of Abbot Kinney is projected to be underwater in the life of this project, according to our Venice community plan maps. We know you require the applicant to take full liability and agree to several special conditions in that regard, but why not just prohibit basements when a development is at risk due to sea level rise within its expected 75 to 100-year life? Also, the significant grading and the dewatering of the site, especially for such a huge basement, in addition to the swimming pool in the front yard, will have a significant impact on the neighborhood. I've read a lot of scientific information that says how bad dewatering is for a neighborhood and that it can destabilize nearby sites. And in looking at the renderings with the very tall landscape around the perimeter, this is definitely not a pedestrian-oriented development as required in our LUP, which in the past has always been a priority. Apparently, these tall trees, referred to as dense landscaping in the report, are to give the swimming pool privacy or security since they have the large pool in the front yard, or maybe to hide the sheer size of the house. We hope you will rethink these issues prior to approval. Thank you.
Naomi Nightingale and Molly Court. If you're in the Zoom or in the room, please raise your hand. I don't see you.
All right, so neither of those people are on Zoom?
Naomi is.
Naomi, please.
Naomi, you should be able to unmute if you can hear me. Naomi Nightingale. I'm not getting anything from Naomi.
Okay, what I'm going to do, Vale, is I'm going to hold public comment open while I return to Mr. Hudson to, if he has any response to the comments that were made by Ms. Rudisell. And then if Naomi is there, we'll hear her.
Just to note that I'm available for any questions, perhaps in regard to landscaping. That, just to note, that was a request. We made many requests to the applicant. There were multiple iterations of plans as we tried to address the issues that were raised. Landscaping and the introduction of vertical elements, the trees, was our request to address the landscaping and coverage by vegetation that was on the site previously. You know, when I looked at the old site, it looked almost like a jungle. So we were asking that there be more open space, less pavement, more vegetation. And yes, the trees are intended as vertical screening for the structure.
Thanks, Mr. Hudson. All right, has Naomi, is she available?
She's able to speak and we've asked her to unmute, but we're not getting anything. So, Naomi.
Okay.
Yeah. it's
All right.
Not working.
Okay, I'm sorry, Naomi, that we're unable to hear you. I'd like to bring it back to the commission for any comments or questions. Are there any? Commissioner Rice?
I think actually we had rebuttal time reserved.
Oh, I didn't know that they don't, no. So Commissioner Rice, do you have any comments?
Yeah, yeah, actually,
Questions?
question. Steve, could you, Mr. Hudson, can you please actually speak a little bit more about the, or to the point that Ms. Rudisell brought up around the dewatering and groundwater general and that element?
Yes. So dewatering is typical in Venice. We typically require best management practices as part of dewatering practices. In this case, this property is located quite a ways inland. So we do believe that it's not inappropriate to allow basements in this area to allow for a larger house. We have restricted basements along the shoreline where we believe there would be sea level rise issues that could result in these things functioning as a seawall. Much of Venice, I was about to say all, but I'll say a majority of Venice is subject to potential future inundation, but that really is tied to what happens on the city side in regard to the tidal floodgates. And the city is working to develop a future plan on what that might include. We're asking questions as part of the LCP update on how they would manage those floodgates. So thus, although much of Venice is subject to potential inundation, we don't believe that that necessarily precludes the ability for applicants in inland areas to have these basements, provided they include the appropriate BMPs for dewatering, which is being done here. We do have conditions that do require them not just to assume the risk, but also to remove any portions of the structure that are subject to sea level rise and inundation in the future if red tagged by a local government.
Right, and thank you for that. And then also in terms of this community character analysis with regards to size, mass, bulk, visible size, mass, bulk, does our analysis look as to whether basements are a recurring feature as part of residential structures in an area? And I know it's not visible. I'm just curious, and I'm wondering what the limitations are to how far you go underground if we even think about that.
We have looked at that. Typically, the basement is seen as a solution to that problem. In terms of community character, we're primarily focused on the mass and scale of portions of the structure that are visible. This basement, it's not a multi-level bunker that's extending down below grade, but it is very large. It's the size of the footprint of the entire structure that will be 1 story below grade. So it is large, but it was seen here as There was a basement originally proposed. The expansion of the basement was seen as a compromise to allow for them to maintain the size of the house while decreasing the portions of the structure above grade.
Oh, and then lastly, the ADU, can you remind me of what the state regulations are with regards to future use or restrictions around new ADUs?
Well, in this case, we don't have conditions restricting that, but the state, they wouldn't be allowed to rent that as a short-term rental, for instance. There is no requirement that be rented out, and the applicant has indicated that they may choose to use that for their own use. But I would note that there is no internal ingress egress between that second unit and the residence. So although they may intend as part of their house, future owners would have 2 units. Any conversion of that to one single family residence would need to come back to this commission for a coastal permit.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other questions? Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
Thanks. So a couple of things. The single so basically when we were talking about comparables in terms of the massing, we're really just talking about the above ground and not below. But is that correct? And so can you answer that?
That, yes, our focus was the above ground.
Okay. So I guess I have if we're creating these situations, it's interesting you're talking about just inundation in terms of the potential. You're saying, well, there's not potential for inundation necessarily from sea level rise, maybe, or from those sorts of things, but it could be inundation just from groundwater. So there is an assumption that there would be dewatering, a continuous dewatering required to do this. I mean, do we know that? And is that common within this space, within, this neighborhood?
It can be in certain cases. We don't have any proposal for a continuous dewatering system. So there's no continuous dewatering system proposed. The idea is there be dewatering during construction as a temporary measure, and that these basements are waterproofed as their adaptation measure. If that changes in the future, if there was additional infrastructure needed, that may require a coastal development permit application.
So the dewatering is just during construction, not actually as part of
Yes, that's our understanding.
Okay, so that's why it would require inundation in order to flood, right? Because it would have to be higher than
very likely, unless the waterproofing were to fail. Typically, these can be designed in order to withstand groundwater forces, so that is typical. The flooding, as you noted, would occur if there was ground flooding that would flood into the basement, or if that waterproofing were to fail. Yeah. And the opponents were correct that this entire area, there are sea level rise issues, but it's different than wave overtopping. This would be inundation from flooding of the Venice canals and inundation from groundwater.
So I guess, what if we don't know, or if we don't expect that the neighborhood has a lot of 2,500 to 3,000 square foot basements, but this could then set a trend, because what you're saying is, like, in order to get massing, in order to expand square foot, because it is still part of the house, and so it is still, on our application, it's still 7,000 square feet or more, right? And the ADU is nothing. It's 325 square feet. It's literally a bedroom studio. It's one room with a side entrance and a bathroom. It's pretty small. It's inconsequential, I think, to the overall project. I mean, in terms of, it allows for this entitlement to now have that, which is, I think, great, but it's massing wise, it's meaningless to the project. I'm still concerned about, it's still, in your analysis, you still didn't show any sort of single family residences that were 7,000 square feet in that vicinity or anywhere near around that. And so what I'm getting at is, that could really trigger a change now that okay, well, the expectation is if you want to build something much bigger, and again, it's a form of gentrification of a neighborhood, then this could be the new trend. Well, okay, everyone's going to now have all these basements. I'm a little concerned about the trend there. It's like, if we're going to build 7,000 square foot structures that are in this space, for me, just having that be single family 7,000 square foot is a change. I mean, it's not common anywhere in the vicinity, right? Am I correct about that?
Yes, I can answer that.
Okay.
If you like, through the chair, I would just note that it does increase the size of the house.
Yeah.
We have looked at this issue, so I would just note that you're correct that what's at stake is it allows for larger houses, including these below grade portions. What our analysis focused on
Right.
was, are there any coastal impacts related to this?
Mhm.
We're focused on the above grade portions relative to community character in terms of the visual aspect and the mass and the scale. The below grade portion doesn't affect the visual impacts of the structure or the character as it's viewed. It does impact size. We also looked at water quality impacts. Do basements and inland areas affect water quality from inundation? And
Yeah.
this was a question that we worked with our staff geologists and engineers. And we're satisfied that we don't believe that these are resulting in significant adverse impacts. Typically, the sealing that's involved in these subterranean components is adequate to contain any contaminants that might result from a single family residence. So in terms of those coastal resources, we don't believe that these basements in inland areas are resulting in a significant effect. But as you noted, it certainly does allow for a larger house.
And even at 5,000 square feet, which is the above ground part, I think it's where it's almost 6,000. So that's still on the high end of, or even higher than pretty much everything around it, just by itself without the basement. Is that right? Except for, of course, the apartment building, which I thought was interesting. You included that in your analysis because that was really the only comparable.
Yes, you're correct. It is a bigger structure. Our analysis was that comparing the above grade portions of structures, this was within the median.
Okay.
Comparing the entire structure, including what's below grade, you're correct. This will be larger.
Okay. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your analysis of this. I don't concur, but okay. I mean, I do think the basement does have a long-term trajectory in relation to the neighborhood, and just already the size is even without the basement. I mean, I think I would be willing to go there without the basement, but with the basement, for me, it just pushes it way over the edge in terms of like the potential impacts into this community. So that's just my position. I'll just keep it simplified in that. And I do understand what you're saying, in relation to coastal impacts, but character isn't just doilies and the colors of the house or the height of the fence or whatever. There's other elements to that, and I think this is meaningful to me. So I appreciate your analysis. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Nuttall.
I appreciate Commissioner Wills talking about community character and how actually there are very measurable attributes to community character, including affordability, lot size, and others. And I guess one thought I had on your comments, Commissioner Wilson, is that there's still a floor area ratio requirement for each lot. So this happens to be a larger lot, right? So that's how you come up with a 5,000 square foot house. It seems like this lot, if you look at what we've been provided, is much larger than most of the lots around there. And that in order to approximate that, you'd have to combine a couple of existing lots to get anywhere near the size of this one triangular one. So that would be one limiting factor that I would note. But I did want to just get back to community character, and emphasize that it's not just design. There are also, measurable things like setbacks, affordability and other things like that, that help us determine what's in keeping and what's not. So thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? Commissioner Herman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that I do appreciate this discussion. For me personally, I feel given all of the reasons that staff in particular have articulated, I'm satisfied that the Coastal Act implications have been satisfied vis-a-vis the revisions that have been made with our staff. So if it's appropriate, I would be happy to make the motion.
Sure, I just would state just prior to the motion that I agree with Commissioner Harmon's comments, and it's a very large house. It's on a very large lot. I really appreciated the staff work on this, I have to say. I know how much it took to get it to this point. And I think actually it's beneficial to, at least when you're walking down the street, you have trees, you're going to kind of enjoy the experience. And it sounds like that was the situation previously on the lot. So for me personally, I'm just grateful for all the staff work on this. So Commissioner Herman.
Thank you. I move that the commission approve coastal development permit application number A-5-VEN-20-0054 pursuant to the staff recommendation, and I'm asking for a yes vote.
All right, do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we need to take a roll call vote? Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Acuity.
Yes.
Acuity, yes. Commissioner Bochco.
Yes.
Bochco, yes. Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Cummings, yes. Commissioner Harmon.
Yes.
Harmon, yes. Commissioner Lowenberg.
Yes.
Lowenberg, yes. Commissioner Notoff. Notoff, yes. Commissioner Rice.
Yes.
Rice, yes. Commissioner Turnbull Sanders. Turnbull Sanders, yes. Commissioner Uranga.
Aye.
Uranga, yes. Commissioner Wilson.
No.
Wilson, no. Chair Hart.
Yes.
Hart, yes. The vote is 10 yes, 1 no.
Okay, thank you very much. So that permit is approved. And I just wanted to ask my fellow commissioners if you'd like to just push through the last item, or if you need a break. Push through? Okay, so that brings us to item 14A.
We just need a quick minute to change folks.
Hello, my name is Devin Jackson, and I'm a Central Coast District Planner, and I'm going to give the staff presentation for item 15A. Great. Good afternoon, Chair Hart and Commissioners. As indicated, item 15A is an appeal of a San Luis Obispo County coastal permit approval for a new single-family residence and related improvements on a vacant residential lot in the unincorporated community of Los Osos in San Luis Obispo County. Slide 1 gives you a view of Los Osos in the foreground and the city of Morro Bay and Morro Rock in the background. Due to concerns, questions, impacts, and issues of the county-approved project as it relates to water supply and build-out, staff is recommending that the appeal raises substantial LCP issues and that the commission take jurisdiction over the CDP application for the proposed project. So at this point, the question is whether 3 or more commissioners would like to debate the substantial issue question through a full hearing. If not, then substantial issue will be found and the de novo portion of the hearing will proceed at a future date.
Okay, are there any ex partes on this? All right, do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Point of order.
Yes.
My name is Jeff Edwards. I'm representing the applicant in this matter.
Council, is this appropriate or?
No, it's not.
Okay, sorry, sir.
It was
There's not an
noticed.
opportunity to participate at this time. I'm sorry.
I would just, he's claiming there's a noticing problem. There's not a
aware.
noticing problem.
Right, I'm aware.
I just want on the record that the notice was adequate and complied with the law.
Thank you, and I understand that Mr. Carl responded to that as well, and I'm familiar with the issue. All right, returning back to the commission, do 3 or more commissioners wish to have a hearing on substantial issue? All right, seeing none, substantial issue is found. Thank you. Why I turned that off. All right, folks, so that brings us to the end of our calendar for today, and we're going to have closed session today. And where would you like to have that, Ms. Warren? Is that going to be in here? All right, so we'll take a little break.
Madam,
Sure.
yeah, we have a few statewide items. Do you want to do those today or trail?
Why don't we just zip through them today?
There are no minutes to do today.
Okay. Commissioner Bochco, you have a report. Why don't you give your report?
Yeah, I actually, we had a, Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy meeting up at Gillette Ranch at 6:30 on Monday night. Only took an hour and a half to get there. It was actually a really lovely meeting. We had 3 coastal, items that, Proposition 50 funds, Proposition 68 funds, and Proposition 84 funds were all allocated to our coastal access program at the Mountains Conservancy. And that's the report.
Excellent report, Commissioner Bochco. Thank you. All right, I can make a report. Let me put it this way. I could not attend the Coastal Conservancy meeting. Madeline Cavallari, I believe, appeared on my behalf as my alternate. There is a report online of all of the grants that were given, so I would refer everyone to that. All right, are there any other reports, statewide reports? Yes, Commissioner Eckel.
Thank you, Chair. Really quickly, I just wanted to share with the Commission and the public that last week, the Ocean Protection Council adopted the update to the state's sea level rise guidance and the associated policy recommendations. Huge milestone for the state. A huge thanks to the Coastal Commission team who helped and spent a lot of time and patience with us making that document really strong. So I think next step is integrating that guidance into the Commission's guidance. So looking forward to that discussion.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. And when do you anticipate that the Commission's guidance will be presented?
We've been talking about bringing it in front of you in 2 parts. One would be in August, and I believe the other would be in September. One would focus on sort of the sea level rise component based on the OPC guidance and updating, and the other would be an EJ update that we've been working on for the sea level rise guidance. So we're going to do those separately just to break up the time. So again, I think that's August and September.
That sounds great. I don't know if there's an opportunity to talk about insurance issues as part of that report, but I know that's something a lot of us have been talking about and concerned about. Is that something that could be included potentially in the EJ or that part of the report?
Let me think about it
Okay.
and figure out how and when would be the appropriate time and place to have that
Yeah,
discussion.
or on another occasion. All right, thank you very much. Commissioners, anything else on the statewide? Am I missing anything else that anyone would like to alert me to? Okay. Okay. All right, in that case, we're going to, that's the end of the main items for today. We're going to move into closed session, and it's going to be in this room, and we'll take a 10-minute break and then have closed session.